All right. How's everyone doing today? Yo. What happened? Sold off. Lost support, mostly. Especially at 50. Not great. Slipped below the gamma flip a little. Could fall further from here. It's a little bit of support at 56.10. And then it could bleed out beyond that to like 5600. It's really important for them to try to like bulls to keep 25 here. It doesn't seem to be working very well. Fall back up again. um, Trump announced a simplified plan for reciprocal tariffs at like 925. Lutnick said the U.S. is trying to attach export controls to trade deals. He also said that it's nonsense that Chinese AI's DeepSeek was built without U.S. chips. And then, yeah, there was a bunch of like negative shit out of Fitch this morning too. The industrial production report was a little higher on output. Um, Capacity utilization picked up. Oh, and then Amazon supposedly is undercutting Nvidia with aggressive AI chip discounts. So I think just like a lot of little negative shit. And then the fact that we sold off into close yesterday, which already put us pretty close to losing the 5650 support. I don't think any one specific thing. Although the simplified plan for reciprocal tariffs is not what was supposed to be part of the deal, right? It was supposed to be tailored to each individual country versus sweeping tariffs across nation tiers. You're feeling it right. Hoping allergies aren't hitting you too hard. Yeah, they are starting to. Did you sleep well last night? No. No, I didn't. I usually don't, though. Fitch is just like everything is worse than it should be, and it's Trump's fault. Yeah, which is accurate. God. Shit. Sorry. I thought I was already on the Discord. I forgot to start it. There it goes. Art of the Deal, Gherk? Gross. This is the next level where the Bulls could get some support at 25. It's not ideal by any means, especially with the increased IV. It's like every time someone from the Trump administration comes out and tries to say that things are getting better, the market reacts negatively. Is your bad sleep because your brain's focused on the market 24/7? I've assumed this for years, but maybe you have sleep apnea. I probably do have that. But also, no. I just, since I've been like 22, 21, I've only slept like 3 to 5 hours a night. And I feel like I overslept if I sleep 5. I'm not getting a CPAP machine. I fucking hate those things. It's like getting your face violated. I think you have the wakefulness gene. I don't know, maybe. How about the magnetic nose strips? Do those work? Yeah, those are fine. Or just like not being fat also works. But it doesn't increase the amount of time I sleep. Some people are genetically predisposed to sleeping sub 6 hours. It's pretty uncommon. Yeah, I've done sleep studies before. They said I was fully rested at like 3.5 to 4.5 hours. They give you like little cognitive tests, which are probably bullshit, but you don't mean sleeping instead of studying? Nah. That's the weird part is when I was a teenager, um, I would sleep for absurd amounts of time, like 16 hours. And then it just disappeared. If I'm sub 8 hours, I could turn into a demon. Dude, if I sleep for 8 hours, I can't even like function the next day. Like if I get sick, I'll sleep a longer. I'll sleep like 6 or 8 hours. And I just feel like I'm dead, like a zombie. All teenagers sleep like that. I know. I have two of them in my house. Is that like just the best part of having a teenager? Because I assume everything else to do with them just sucks. If I sleep for 5 hours, my stomach hurts. I'm an infant and I throw temper tantrums. I don't know how you do it. I have shit to do, Nick. I don't have time for 3 hours of rest, extra rest. The hormonal tween years are the worst. From personal experience, I was worst from like 15 to 17. Actually, no, that's a lie. I was a piece of shit until I was like 24. Yeah, I'm 24, 25. Yeah, ES has already like failed the breakout, but hasn't moved back to retest the trend. That happens at like fucking contract roll, like 56.35. But that would mean a pullback basically all the way back to the collar puts, which is damning for the bulls this week. I mean, where we are on the trade right now, it's pretty much all sold puts down to like 56.10. There's some bot puts coming in at like 56.85 to the downside. But yeah, mostly we're just falling back into sold puts here. There's actually not a lot of bearish positioning, which is a little weird. I mean, we'll see if they start to try to short volatility, but I think the Putin Trump talk is like ongoing right now, or Putin's keeping Trump waiting, or whatever tiny dick moves our political leaders get up to. But that could be driving up some volatility, like the expectation. Because there's really not much else today. I mean, there's a couple auctions, but outside of like geopolitical shit, I think Nvidia's got a keynote speech at around 12:40. 9:54, Putin has concluded his closed door meeting with businesses, so he should be on his way to possibly call Trump or make him wait another 5 hours. Do you think the contract roll affects price action? I mean, the ES contract actually hasn't rolled yet. We're in the roll period, but the ES March contract expires Friday. Vixpiration, possibly. There was quite a bump in the forward yield on vol this morning. So the VIX contract's rolling. The whole executive versus judiciary thing is heating up today bigly too. Yeah, that's because they blatantly disregarded a judge's orders, and then he wants to know how much they disregarded their orders, and I think they have until like noon today to produce the report on when the flights left the country, at what point the flights left US airspace, at what point the flights arrived in El Salvador, and they have to produce all of that today. They tried to argue that they tried to argue that the order was verbal and not written, and so did not carry the same weight, and that they were acting in the interests of national security, which is all bullshit, right? Because they already had the people detained without due process. That's a dangerous precedent. It is, yeah. Outside of VWAP, what are some of your favorite indicators? I mean, most indicators are bullshit. They just tell you what's already happened. Um, like most of my favorite indicators are just custom ones that aren't looking at like price or volume. Um, but uh, if I had to pick some like technical indicators to use, probably Stotch RSI as like a momentum indicator. MACD is fine on higher time frames, like an hour and up, or at least fairly reliable on higher time frames. But again, it's you're just getting late entries generally. And then what else? That's probably about it. ATR sucks. That's just like a really like why wouldn't you just use implied move? That's like a shitty implied move. You don't have implied move for other tickers. We have implied move for every ticker on the that we have on GS, which is far more tickers than you'll ever trade. But um, I mean, average true range doesn't really do anything valuable. It just gives you support and resistances, which are generally already historic. What's average true range? It it's supposed to measure like it measures like market volatility by um it's like the difference between the current high and low and the previous high and low or previous high and close, and it usually uses like a 14 period moving average. You can adjust that, but it's just looking at the amount of variance over 14 periods of whatever time frame you're looking on, or 21 periods or 30, or however you adjust it. But it's literally just support and like it tries to define support and resistance and assesses whether volatility, or well, not really volatility, whether variance is increasing or decreasing. The precedent of ignoring the executive branch ignoring judges is not something new or set by Trump. You're right. Lincoln did it in an effort to suspend habeas corpus, and was blocked by Southern sympathizing judges, um, to improve troop movement to the front line during the Civil War. And the other time was what? So Eisenhower could go shoot black kids in high school in Arkansas, right? What else? I was busy arguing with Poopy on the Discord. Oh, goody. Tomley's gonna get a lot of angry tweets from people who bought the dip if we don't bounce hard. Probably. I feel like he's been getting angry tweets for months now. You don't have any cards? Everything's computer. Mm. When ATR is 10x above the 50 MA, my scanner triggers and it helps me find overextended tickers. Ew. I mean, I don't know what else to tell you. It's a completely, it's just, you're just bias confirming. Like ATR doesn't mean anything. RSI is fucking useless. I mean, they're all just based on, historic price action predicting future price action, which isn't ever true. I will say ATR is really good at measuring its own inability to predict future price moves, because if variance is high, indicators reliability breaks down. Was it you or Carl last night that deleted my "tell me your favorite streamer" comment in the Discord? Must have been Carl. Let's use present day examples. Those are the only examples of a president defying a federal court order. Now, presidents have frozen their actions until the Supreme Court has ruled on something. Yeah, so the program was frozen until the Supreme Court ruled. The Supreme Court ruled against it, so he tried a different route, but that's within the confines of the law. That is not a blatant disregard of a judge's orders. You're wrong, actually. Due process was defied during COVID national emergency. Like an actual one, not a made up one about, 200 like Nicaraguans that they found in fucking Colorado or whatever. Are you proud that he rode two nat 20s? Gotta hate D&D. He told me 1 out of 400. I asked him the probability of rolling two nat 20s in a row. Again, he answered 1 in 400. Oh, nice. You've taught him how probabilities work. Are we gonna get into that fucking argument with the Poopy again today about roulette? I can't. What are you going on about? Aren't you like a pro at D&D cards though? Whoa, 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 whoa. Magic and D&D are not the same at all. One is groups of people getting together and imagining things. The other is crushing your opponents and making them feel bad and mentally inferior, which can be exacerbated by pointing out exactly what they did wrong or even telling them what they're going to do wrong ahead of them doing it. Yes. The only commonality is the body odor extremes. Yeah, it's one of the reasons I quit. They're just not like too many people in both categories are just not socially functional. No, there's no costumes. Well, at least there didn't used to be. I just do that at work. Hey, every day. Hey, don't do that. X is gonna happen. They do it. X happens. Yeah. You tell us what we did wrong all the time. You also tell us what we're about to do wrong all the time. What's that make you better at this than you? MTG, Excel nerd, D&D, Broadway nerd. Hmm. Okay. Isn't MTG getting more mainstream now? I don't know. It's getting worse. That's for sure. Did you just hesitate to brag? Mm, no. I was trying to be couth. What time's the Nvidia thing? I think it's at 12:40. They fucked up the rules of Magic a long time ago. I mean, ultimately, with greater popularity comes more catering to the bottom, catering to the common denominator, and the common denominator is a stupid person. So, yeah, I mean, all games do that. That's part of the life cycle. It's been slower with Magic because it's not had a very broad audience for a long time. Is Tesla going to 200 soon, or is everything computer? I don't know. Tesla's probably going to 200 at some point. It's not worth 250. Yeah, it looks like it's gonna dump there. It almost hit 200 the other day. 215. It's the next major support to the downside on it. It was bad. It's not worth 200. It's not worth 100. It's not worth 50. It's barely worth 25 if you believe in FSD. Their implementation of it's just the worst. No, not her. Ugh, no. Did you hear about a fake news article was posted by Reuters about Reddit? That Reddit pumped, then dumped, then Reuters pulled the article. No, because I don't pay attention to conspiracies about Reddit stock that I find on Reddit. This is boring. Win action. We're down. We're down like a huge amount since open. What? What? We've dropped like 80 points. Yeah, yeah, I did. I saw that video. Okay. What was the article about? Looks like it got pulled pretty quickly. Are you long at all or taking it day by day? I have some like out of the money shit. I had a straddle it open, but the calls are closed already. There's probably going to be some profit taking on golds at like around 3,000. But there's probably going to be less profit taking on gold around 3,000 than there was at like 2,800. I don't see any reason right now for it to not just keep going up, which has been my thesis on gold since like 2023. Yeah, Celsius is holding 30. Might get some consolidation here. Reddit article is about Microsoft partnership or something. I don't know. Maybe the source was like unverified. Fucking news articles get pulled all the time. It doesn't have to be like important. Gold going up, same like currency risk. Yep. Central banks have to hedge dollar exposure, and that's not a dynamic that's changing anytime soon. Hmm. Any chance we get a gamma flip test or delta flip? Yeah, yeah, we could. We're starting to get a little bit of support at 5610. Gamma falls off to the upside, but a pretty decent pace. It's not crazy or anything, but yeah, we could get a bounce. I think we're kind of starting to run into a situation where bulls are just going to start eating losses on their in the money puts. How do you feel about TLT at the money May puts? Uh, sure. I don't hate it, I guess. I don't know if I'd want that much theta. I don't really think I'd want to be out. Well, maybe at the money. That's fine, but that's an that's a lot of theta. Given the FOMC decisions just tomorrow. Why do you want so much theta? You mean letting their sold puts expire in the money in lieu of closing them and flash crashing the market? Well, if they can't push the market up, they're gonna have to close. They're gonna have to close their puts, right? They're either gonna have to close them or let them expire at a loss. And the concentration of, put leverage to the upside is still, 4% out of the money. So still in a really shitty spot. Doesn't seem to be improving much. Is there a reasonable bear case? I think the bear case would actually be a rate cut. And no, I don't think that's likely. $4% out of the money is one green peener in the Bulls world. That's like two. That's like two big green peeners. It's actually a little worse now because we lost like 80 points today. So it's probably closer to like, still probably pretty close to 4.9. Today was bad. Yesterday was bad. Failing to close above delta neutral was problematic. Holding a SPY 570, 417 straddle for 10-ish days. Should I have already sold, or patience to realize a broader shift one way or another? Still learning how to manage theta decay positions. Yeah, I mean, theta on that position doesn't decay favorably, and you'll like the longer you hold it, the more and more of a move you'll need. I don't know how long you've had it for, but I would say that you probably should have been out of it already. If you've had it for like the last week. I mean, at one point you were what, like $20 in the money. It's it's pretty significant, or at least closed like the put side of it. But I guess that also just depends on what range you're targeting as well. I mean, if you're waiting for like the next leg of wherever this price action is going to lead, whether it's, down to like 5,400 or back up to like 5,900, you might have enough time. Well, those positions must be hedged, right? Responsible traders would do. There's probably a degree of hedging, yeah. Decrease risk in case yields go down for some dumbass reason. More time to manage. I was thinking April, but I wasn't sure if that was enough for things to play out. I don't know. I feel like if TLT went over 92 and you had puts, you would just cut them anyway. Um, I'm not really sure 90 is a very important level, but 89 it kind of is. Yeah, it was, fuckers. Where's my 5,700 close? There's always today. But given Fitch's comments, maybe I shouldn't be as scared to go with 30 DTE instead of 60. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, not only Fitch, but like Basant as well. Mm. 30, 50, 75, still upside confirmation targets. Sure. There's bot puts at 40 and 50 that'll be hard to get over, though. Some bot puts here at spot at 20 as well. Someone's buying some like 40 calls to the upside. And call selling above 40 is starting to pick up, but most of it's still out above 5,700. Still some reduced risk tolerance. A lot of very far out of the money option selling. Jimmy's holding up surprisingly well. That's because it's not like super influenced by indexes. It actually looks substantially worse today, but that could just be consolidation. Foreign exchange arbitrage fell by like 50%, which is usually not a great sign. Liquidity is still really tight though. XRT correlation picked up in the pre-market, so maybe more covering. We'll see. Right now, it's getting shorted a bit. It needs to get over 25 to run. The fuck is Delta Flip doing? Nothing. I'll still buy Google at 84 to $87, like last time. I'm planning how to hedge or where to cut. Yeah, no problem, man. Good. Smart. Did you look into any more Turkish stuff to invest in? No, I ultimately decided Turkey's just a terrible country. Is that your bird bias? What do you mean? No, I've never been to Portugal. Oh, you're talking about like the animal, a turkey? Ha. Persian and Greek food is the best food in that region by far. Turkish food's okay, and some of it's not too bad. When are you taking the show on the road? Somewhere like DC or Philly? Why would I go to either of those places? Use FOMC to trampoline? That's still a potential possibility. Yeah. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow. We get the dot plot. It's going to be a big day. Doner kebab is technically Turkish. Yeah, but it's not good. What's your favorite Taco Bell menu item? I don't even know. Uh, the last time I went to a Taco Bell was, it's got to be over 10 years. Del Taco is greater than Taco Bell. Turkey is awful. Yes, it is. Finally. Stuffing's amazing, though. I see you track macro rates, currency indexes, bonds, carry trade, volatility, gamma delta, neutral positions, options flow, liquidity, hedging flows, and market mechanics. Where should I focus first? Thank you. What's your goal? I mean, it depends. Do you want to be a trader? Do you want to be an analyst? They're very different. I would say, if I had to describe myself, I'm an analyst that trades, but they're not the same job. And analysis will give you biases that you don't really want necessarily as a trader. I have a reading list on the Discord that gives some basic fundamental knowledge, understanding, valuations, technical analysis, and how the market functions is a good place to begin. You should spend 6 hours a day scalping MES for $17. Yeah, options is a strategic investment, but that's like definitely more That's more of a focused objective, right, than just general understanding. Wind door stream, we need the white noise. I thought that's what you got the fountain for. It all depends on where you're starting. I'm in the office. Oh no. You should get another fountain and bring it into your office. That way you're just, and you could get one for your car too, and then you're just zen 24/7. If you're just buying and selling stocks as investments, there's better books than OASI. Yeah. But I already recommend those books. Those are all like those are all recommended ahead of options as a strategic investment, Torek. Have you read the reading list? Only ones that have free PDFs, which is all of them. As yeah, I mean, as a value investor, or well, any investor should start with The Intelligent Investor and Securities Analysis by Graham, and then probably Margin of Safety by Klarman. I also have a huge backlog of obscure financial papers to read. You're welcome. But it talks about bonds. Where the fuck do you think all the money comes from? It's all debt. I can't. Zero GTs. God damn it. Bonds are arguably the most important thing to learn about. No, they're not. I'll get you 10 high level finance bros in a room, dork, and you can quiz them on bonds. And one of them might have some semblance of an idea of how they work. Unless they're fixed income or bond guys. And then all the stock guys are like, oh my god, how did the bond guys see this coming years in advance? But it's hard to pay attention to the bond guys because they're fucking crazy. All of them. James Bond. Connery was the craziest. If necessary, we'll block an outbound investment. What the fuck does that mean? I have no idea. I don't know the context. All I'm saying, Gherk, is that money talks. You son of a bitch. I did play James Pond. That game was amazing. We had it at my middle school. Are you still long TQQQ? Yeah. Yeah. I am. Am I happy about it today? Not really, but it's fine. We're at the bottom of the market maker's expected move here. A little below the bottom. Well, no, just at the bottom. Yeah, 5610's been support all morning. Third slightly higher test. The delta flip's coming down pretty steadily though. So's gamma flip. So we might we might get some like we might be getting some profit taking from the 5700 rejection. The potential for this to turn around is getting a little bit better. Still needs to get out above the bot puts at 620 though. Don't you have to keep buying TQQQ to offset the decay? I have a decent amount of theta. But yeah, generally speaking, you do. Shorted FXI. Godspeed. mm. Gonna do that right in. Alright. Seems like Bassam was talking about China with regard to blocking outbound investments. Ooh. Hmm. That's some CCP level investment flow control. That's mm, fun. I wonder if for entertainment. Watch for entertainment only and don't trade. Okay. I buy and hold ETFs. Would you say this dip is a dip to buy in or a falling knife? I mean, I don't know what your strategy for buying is. If you're trying to buy specifically market lows, you're just DCAing at local lows. But I mean, there's definitely an argument for DCAing here. I don't think it's very valid. I think there's probably it's very likely, especially with more tariffs to come in April, that there is another leg down to all of this. Um, but I mean, the whole point of DCAing is not to miss the opportunities. So maybe there's a split kind of allocation where you could, get some of the local dip, but maybe save more, save an equivalent amount for a potentially much lower one. You can invest anywhere you like as long as you invest where we tell you. Basant. Yeah. They better not come after my Brazilian shit. I'll be pissed. Just buy QQQ, XEQT, VFV. I appreciate it. I'll buy some on a local dip. DCA, you won't regret it. Yeah, I mean, even I have to like. I had to close out a couple options accounts this month because they hit their cap limit. So, you know, and then I'm either sitting cash, which carries a lot of risk right now, or I'm buying into some stuff. I didn't go with ETFs. I went with a couple MLPs and municipal real estate REITs, but they're and muni bonds and some short term, like a mix, like a fairly defensive mix of things. But you know, yeah, I mean, this isn't like a terrible opportunity. It just depends on your focus. If you're purely index focused, then there's a lot more risk in buying this range without confirming any kind of stability. Um, and most of the problem is that, forward economic expectations are declining, right? And that seems to be broadly accepted at this point, except by like perma bulls on Twitter. And the situation's likely to get significantly worse before it improves. And so, if I were index only focused on my like larger portfolios, I would not be interested in buying anything until there was some indication that things were turning around. I like that you take a holistic approach to the market. I prefer to be trading, but your style of being aware of what's going on, a good basis, gives me a notion that it's more reliable to trade, a more reliable way to trade. Yeah, higher success rate. I do like a more holistic approach to, well, more swing trading and long term investments. I wouldn't say that I mean, I do my best to not allow long term bias to leak into my short term trades because short term trading and macro conditions are very, very, very far removed from one another. I used to own a lot of O, but I sold it. It's been a long time since I've had any interest in buying back into it. I bought quite a bit, like following the COVID crash, in the COVID crash, but I'd been getting out of it. I started getting out of it before the Fed even announced that they were gonna cut rates. So like up in like the 60 range, like mid 60s, and I think I was out of it entirely by like first quarter of 2022. I haven't touched anything real estate focused really since then. I own a bunch of Alexander, but that's from something else, and I have like preferred stock, and it's more complicated. I have like basically no cost basis on it, so my yield on cost is really low. But that's not like exposure I chose to have. It was just like exposure I ended up with. Do you have any stock that's sentimental more than just for profit? No. We don't even know how well you do with long term, except the plays that explode, like Dole and BNAD. You mean all the pickles picks, like long term pickles picks? Well, it's not all of them. It's like 92% of them. Three, maybe 93. I don't own any GME. I have options on it, but I don't own any of it. I mean, Revlon was never supposed to be like a long term play. It was just playing the insane volatility for the most part. I went back into PBR. I don't know. Maybe one day. Not anytime soon. I'd be a much more willing buyer if PBR like under 12 bucks. Oof. 5600 test. Rough. I think that's a new intraday low on NQ. Yeah, it is. Are we gonna get any news about this Putin shit? Drew German lawmakers passed the reform of borrowing rules and 500 billion infrastructure fund. Ooh, euro took a bit of a hit there. Trump and Putin have been on the phone since 10 a.m. The call is ongoing. What do you think of spot having the strongest bounce on this dip? Do you mean Spotify? Or are you talking about like spot on SPX? The majority of the Putin call is you hang up? No, you hang up. It's probably Trump being like, man, I really tried to get you everything you wanted, but I'm getting some pushback. I don't know if there's any like significant relevance to Spotify bouncing. It's Spotify's like really gappy, shitty a liquid stock anyway. I'm not a big fan of trading it, but if their like margins and growth are generally pretty stable. I think a lot of people like Netflix. Netflix had a really good bounce too. Assume that the subscriber counts are unlikely to fall, and market saturation is not complete. So I mean, Netflix bounced really fucking hard too. Stable subscription based technology services. I mean, it's slightly defensive. So if you're getting a lot of like long if you have a lot of like long-term negative sentiment, they pose a slightly less risky uh slightly less risky tech exposure. Yeah, Netflix went up like 13% in 3 days. Today it's dumping. So lost 5%, but I would say that that performance is probably on par with what we saw on Spotify. Probably for the same reasons. Spotify did a little bit better, but that's probably also illiquidity. Spotify also, down fucking 5% today. You think long Uber, short Tesla is a good pair trade? I don't. No, not per. Well, I think short Tesla is a good pair trade. I don't think that has anything to do with Uber. You're gonna carry that shit for 5 years. Have you ever heard use the McKellen oscillator? Yeah. It's a advanced it's like one of 500 different advanced decline indicators for market breadth. It's fine as like a macro signal. It's Would an options or market cap weighted version of this be useful? I've thought about, well, I mean, we kind of already track delta market wide, or well, on all the tickers that we currently have, which is, 90 something percent of the total options market in delta. And we do track total delta already, which, kind of, and you can just, get an idea of advanced decline just by watching it day over day, which is probably sufficient. I don't really think there's a huge advantage to the specific like 1939 day moving average period that's locked into the McClellan oscillator. Momentum market wide is important. It definitely has an impact on return potential, but the problem with all of the breadth indicators is, there is generally they're generally very bad at timing anything. And I think too many people try to use them to time the market. But they're decent for, just being like, oh, I'm long, and that is supported by momentum. I will stay long. You can tell Girk feels very strongly about indicators being mostly terrible. They are. There's a very good reason for that. All technical indicators, all of them, are based on past data. So what they do in a very well defined way, repeatedly, is tell you lies about the past in order for you to predict the future. But here's the fun part. The market is a chaotic system. Specifically, it is a level 2 chaotic system, which means that predictions about the direction of the market directly impact the behavior of the market. So it's like, I mean, they're all just made up and bias confirming, basically. A recent interview with McClellan basically said it's not for identifying tops or bottoms, but changes in. Yeah, I know. I know why he built it. And it's okay at doing that. It's not false. What about random walks? You mean Monte Carlo simulations? Those are just you're just simulating the potential outcomes along a range of potential distribution. That tells you how to manage risk within a specific range, but it doesn't tell you anything about what price will actually do. If you make enough simulations, sure, one of them might be accurate, but you're not going to know which one is. See my anecdote about my son rolling 2x nat 20s in a row? So they gaslight us? Yeah. Monte Carlo seemed like flipping a coin a million times. Yeah, well, not a million times, but yes. It seemed like a trend line retest. Mm-hmm. So far. Support higher than a retest of the trend line would be better. A retest of the trend line would be bearish. Technicals are actually really important. Understanding defined trading ranges and how participants position within those ranges, and understanding historic support and resistance, and understanding, volume profiles and price action profiles, and how price behaves in specific ranges in the market, and where there are willing buyers and willing sellers. All of that is actually important. But there are no indicators that measure that as well as just SR. Because all indicators are going to add a reverse looking bias into their forward looking projection, which makes them inherently worse than just understanding what is going on in the range in which spot is currently trading. Also, technical analysis should never, ever, ever, ever be used to predict the future of something. It should only be used to determine risk. It's very, very good at it's a very good tool for determining risk profiles and entries, and where you want to buy, where you want to sell, where you no longer want to hold, or where you want to hold longer. But it is not for predicting the future, because it doesn't fucking do that. I would start by reading. I mean, I tell everybody, read Graham. Like, start with Graham. Start with Graham, and if you can find a decent PDF source of the Berkshire Hathaway speeches, those two. There's a few of them. I think two guys like wrote a book that had most of them. There's some PDF dumps online where you can find them back to like the 1970s. And those plus Intelligent Investor and Securities Analysis are probably the minimum baseline. If there's one thing GS taught me, it's that gamma levels matter and so do neutrals. Most indicators are meh. That's because they're not an indicator so much as they are just telling you where positioning is. So you're trading when you use GS, you're not trading technicals. Well, I mean, you're trading a technical signal, but the technical signal is not representing, some prior price action. It's representing the current positioning in the market that you're trading. Past 5620, we bussin'. It's an important level, but probably, I mean, 25 is 20 and 20 are both kind of flat. So I would say getting above 25 in the gamma flip is probably more important. But if we continue to trade down here, I would say the gamma flip will just pull down to 20. That's the best point I've heard, Gherk. That's kind of how Shkreli explains TA2. He's a smart guy, but I don't like him because he's a criminal. But he's not a criminal with people's best interests in mind. He's a criminal with his own best interests in mind. And in the past, he has lied to people in order to get them to believe what he wants them to believe. So a manipulator. Now, you do with that information what you will, but I don't think it's in anyone's best interest to uh, take the things he says at face value. What are you? You steal hearts? Yeah, but that's different. Was the mystery of the 5635 strike ever solved? Yeah, the SIBO simply didn't insert the strike that day. That was it. No, I've never met him. I've talked to him, and his understanding of what he focuses on, which is largely biotech and pharmaceutical, is very strong. He understands those markets very, very well. But in the conversations that I've had with him on like Twitter Spaces, I would say that his understanding of broader market mechanics is quite weak. Maybe I'm wrong. The conversations at the time were very focused on GME, but his understanding and knowledge of what was going on, even in a general sense, seemed uninformed. Thoughts on the croissant guy? He's like an ex CTA. I mean, he's fine. He's got ideas that are similar to ours. I think his sometimes, he's in line with us, sometimes he's not. I don't pay that much attention to him because I don't need to. There's very few people who I give any credence to regarding their opinion of the market. And they're definitely mostly, well, they're mostly not. They're mostly not people on Twitter. Or at least not anymore. Like, I'll listen to if Buffett has something to say. I'll listen if Bill Gross has something to say. I will listen if Burry has something to say. Like, I will actually take my time and go out of my way and see why they're saying what they're saying. Or if, they agree with me, that's awesome. But if they don't, then I want to know why. I respect their opinions. Nice load warrior. You could have gotten out of it when it was still worth money, and I warned people don't be overexposed to it. Or you could just bitch about it for the next 15 years. The one thing that Croissant turns me off with is just blanket blocking people like a 45-year-old man child. Yeah, yeah, I didn't like that behavior around, like when he accused JFresh of plagiarism, despite JFresh, completely independently supporting what his thesis was also at the time. But like, I mean, everybody was bullish as fuck going into this correction, and I was like, no, we're gonna correct like hard. That list is Ben Graham, Thunder Kitty 725, and Popcorn Trader. What do you like about me? You're named after a skate shoe company that I don't think exists anymore. What if I have something to say? Sometimes you read my comments, so I know you listen. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I don't really. Sometimes people here have ideas that are unique. I'll say that there've been a few. I mean, most people here are learning, and so, but not everyone's ideas are terrible. I mean, there's definitely an advantage to having like a community where you're constantly discussing the market. I wasn't even rude to Chem either. I just said JFresh had been saying this stuff for a while and publicly sharing data instead of working a book. Chem insta blocked me. Good times. Tom Lee blocked me like right away. The second I called him out for being wrong about the Japanese rate hikes. Like he didn't even like the statement he made didn't even it wasn't even factually accurate. So that kind of pissed me off. And then I was like, but I was still very, professional in my response, and he just blocked me like a baby. I do that to people too, though. So maybe I'm just I don't block people who actually have like a valid argument, but I block crazy people immediately. Like if they're just spewing bullshit or it's like nonsense GME conspiracy theories, gone. I just don't have I dealt with that shit for like 2 years with Reddit, and I just I don't have the mental capacity to like argue what they think is already right. What's your Twitter? I think it's like at Gherkin or at Gherkin. I don't know. Hold on. It's at Gherkinet or PiFi. There. Pickle Stroker 69. The conspiracy theory is what's giving me conviction to hold my GME shares. You rich yet? I'm crazy, but I call you immensely ruggedly handsome, so I get a pass. It's true. I mean, yeah, Tom Lee. There's like the longer you guys do this, the more you'll realize there's always some analyst out there like Tom Lee that's just like really right for a little while, and they kind of pop into the limelight and then they disappear. And they're usually always perma bulls. Because there's one thing that's always true about the market. Something's always going to the moon, and someone's always running around saying that. Perma bears tend to just be cynics. Something monkeys and typewriters. Yeah. I'll have you know that Peter Schiff is the most optimistic person alive. They help keep the bias even, though. Hmm. I think I would probably fit the description of a perma bear. I'm not. My portfolio is like 80% net long at almost any given time, but I probably fit the description just because I fucking really think our economy's fucked. So far, that's proven to be true. It's okay to own stocks and criticize them. Yeah, that's what I don't understand. Is like if you own stocks but you also criticize them, you're a perma bear. I think it's really hard not to be. It is. Yeah, it is. I mean, well, if you know what you're talking about, like if you look at anybody with no direct interest in perpetually maintaining higher stock prices, which is very few people, but they exist. They're almost universally bearish. All or nothing is fallacious thinking. Yeah. I only own stocks if I'm willing to buy the t-shirt. If the market has taught me anything over the past 4 years, it's that macro is irrelevant. No, macro is very important. Think about this. We like me and JFresh and Dork, we all timed the top of this market locally based on money running out. And that's all macro data. Macro matters so fucking much. It just doesn't matter on the time frames you're trading. When you're selling zero DTE calls on an uptrend, AJ, as you do, and then pulling them back at a loss, that has nothing to do with macro. AJ sells calls, yeah. I deported Bob for 10 minutes. Nice. Why? Did he say something? No, he told us to deport AJ. He's already in Canada. We can't. Where are we gonna deport him? If you want macro stuff, Ray Dalio's paper on how the economic machine works. And then my personal favorite is Exploring General Equilibrium by Fisher Black, but also just Macroeconomics by Paul Krugman is like the standard. Just try to sift through his I Love China bias. Yeah. I love that book, Exploring General Equilibrium. That's pretty great. If Bulls get this above 56.25, yeah, they're gonna try to push it out higher. I wonder how much of this is just pricing in risk from, Putin and Trump having a discussion right now. Because if the discussion goes poorly, or Putin simply demands things that Trump can't give him, which is literally Putin's entire list of demands. Um, Volatility is going to go up. You know what blows my mind, Dork, is that like people don't understand that like the US as it is a constitutional republic is what backs the value of our debt. And if that were to change, or the perception of that were to change in any way, that debt would then become worthless immediately. Puts to the moon. That's why Trump is so scary. Yeah. I think people think that I'm reinforcing that because I have some sort of left-right political alignment. I don't. I think we should get rid of both of them. They suck. Um, it's because he's gonna fuck up our debt and destroy our economy. And as a person with money, I quite like the economy to keep functioning. Even if I were a person with no money, I think the economy continuing to function the way it is beneficial. You do have a political alignment? Yeah, but you don't understand what it is. We could get into it, but it's weird and obscure, and people get angry at me about it. No, I just think your political alignment's stupid, but I feel the same way about the other extreme as well. And I think centrists don't progress anything, so they're all useless. Anywhere you want to fall on the current slide of uh, U.S. political sentiment, just all just self-flagellating, idiotic alignments. You do appear aligned. No, I'm just against crime, blatant criminal activity, and a dismantling in the wrong way of our current status quo. I don't know what your political alignment is. You're Canadian. No one cares. No, I agree. Yeah. Yeah. Benevolent dictatorship is probably the most realistic, advantageous central government. Just, yeah, corruption. It's tough. I talk shit about Biden all the time. My entire bear thesis was about Biden. Well, and Yellen. Well, what Biden let Yellen get away with. And then their kids take over. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Interesting what you just said. I've heard people describe Christianity as benevolent dictatorship. No, it's not. It's self-serving. It's proven to be that a million times in the past already. Well, because one of those people was simply a politician, and one of those people is a convicted felon. I hate how Trumpers auto think if you don't like Trump, you love Biden or Hillary. No, no. Definitely more experienced candidates for the role of presidency, and probably would be significantly better. Even Biden, with his fucking shut down brain, would be doing a better job than what we've got right now. I didn't even know who the fucking press secretary for Biden was. You know why? Because I didn't need to watch the press secretary for Biden because they weren't doing drastic, extreme shit every day. I voted for Trump not because I liked him. I don't, but because I disliked him less than Harris. That's fair. I don't care who you voted for. You just, like, but ultimately, probably fucked up. I wouldn't have, I mean, Harris was not a good candidate. It's not like a shocking statement. It's not a good candidate. The chances of, I mean, if you're trying to win, she was a mistake. You could have propped Biden's brain dead ass up like Weekend at Bernie's, and he would have still beat Trump. So I think the only time that we ever watched Jen Psaki, is that her name? Was at the start of the Ukraine war. What do you think Trump is trying to accomplish? He's trying to facilitate a coup. The same thing he tried to accomplish 4 years ago and failed. I don't like Kamala, but I don't know how anyone can say she wasn't qualified. I didn't say she wasn't qualified. I said people didn't like her, which was very true and apparent. Trump hasn't been convicted of any felonies, and this is fact checkable. Yes, he has. He was found guilty on 34 counts, felony counts. By a U.S. court. That is the definition of convicted of a felony. No, see, now you're trying to change the definition of convicted of a felony by dismissing the felony that the person was convicted of as being irrelevant. It's not. It's fallacious. It's a fallacious argument. It's just a fact. He did crime. He was convicted of crimes. He was convicted of falsifying business records in the first degree. I don't care if that makes you feel bad. It's just true. How would you fix the big stuff? Better education. Mandatory K through 14 education, minimum graduation requirement of an associate's degree, specialization at the high school level, higher pay for teachers, federally mandated minimum salary for teachers, federally a federal curriculum that covered hard sciences, finance, mathematics, literature, well-funded libraries, of course. And for that, but teachers need to be able to get fired. Sure, yeah. I don't think that's. I don't think. I don't think that's a problem, or at least we don't disagree on that. Why would you use ChatGPT to fucking fact check something? It doesn't matter what district he was convicted in. His lawyers approved the jury. I don't know. I think our current governmental structure doesn't really represent what America should, and that should be fixed. To trigger chat, honestly, says the guy enjoying his time in another country. It's kind of shocking how strong the cope is. It's not cope, it's denialism. He did use an auto pen for all of the Jan 6th pardons, which means that they would now be invalid according to his current narrative. How fucked is Todd with that GTCC filing? I'm sure it's not going into effect immediately, but future Todd is more fucked. Gen 6 pardons are crazy. I still can't believe that actually happened. There's a group of people that think of those people as patriots and martyrs. What are the best countries one can move to from the US? I mean, the Netherlands, Nordic countries. I mean, as far as standard of living, the rest of Western Europe's pretty great. Select places in Southeast Asia. Australia's not too bad. New Zealand's economy's fucked, but it's a pretty decent country too. I thought they were Antifa. That's why he pardoned them. They are traitors. Yeah, by definition. Let's talk about something more depressing. Grandma's heart procedure today, and United Healthcare has decided she doesn't need it. That's fucked. Sorry to hear that, man. I think if maybe people don't want to live in a world where corporate interests dictate the health of themselves or their family members, that maybe they should try to change that. I'm surprised the pickle jar doesn't bring up Jan 6 more when arguing with me. There's no argument to make it okay. Yeah, it was never okay. I mean, I think everybody in the pickle jar already knows that you're on the what side of the fence you fall on with that one. Jan 6 was staged though, so so was Trump's attempted assassination. Didn't mean they didn't shoot the guy. Which staged attempted assassination? The one with the ear. The rest of them were just like, oh, we found guns in some guy's trunk at a fucking RNC rally. It's like, yeah, everyone's got guns in their trunk there. Claiming the assassination attempt was staged is beyond delusional. The probability of it being staged is significantly higher than the probability of it being real. He got closer than any other attempted a presidential assassination in the last 50 years. Just climbing up a roof where like 50 people saw him. Bullshit. Secret Service has left the chat. They were just taking the day off, right? They stopped doing the job that they do to perfect exacting standards for just that 30-minute window, and look what happened. That was 50 years ago, dork. I said 50 years. Do you guys not know how to count? No, you just think it was real. That doesn't mean it was real. You have no proof one way or the other. Neither do I. So both of us can say whatever the fuck we want, and it's equally false. Don't do me like that, Gherk. It wasn't 50 years. It's 2025. Fine. 43. Not a minute over. Yeah, we're still waiting for the Putin call to end. Who gives a shit if the CIA killed JFK? The dude's been dead for like over half a century. No one gives a fuck. Why would it be important? You don't trust your government anyway. But you're going to trust them less? We're starting to fail 5,600. On rising vol, which is not good. Next support after 5,600, collar puts. 55.65, 55.50. I love when people equate voting. Dork, stop trying to make this about your third-party voting, okay? Poopy brought it up. Listen, no one cares about the third parties. It's the only thing there's 100% bipartisan agreement on. Third-party voting is dumb. Ranked choice would be good, but we don't have enough political parties. I could really use another 100-point drop to save my 6 spy puts. Nice. Gherk, fuck the establishment. Also Gherk, gluck, gluck, gluck. Thank you, daddy establishment. Also Dork, you're an idiot for saying fuck the establishment. Our versions of fucking the establishment are very different. See, you want to take the establishment out to dinner, some dates. You want to buy a house with the establishment. You want to initiate sexual intercourse with the establishment after a 5-year courting period and marriage. I want to get shit-faced with the establishment and fuck in a bathroom. Gherk would rather have a violent coup than vote third party. Yeah. I'm dead. You're trying to say Dork is Midwestern? No, Dork just sounds like he aspires to be a boomer. I've had a lot of bathroom sex in the Midwest, poopy pants. I don't know what you're talking about. Phone call. Hey, Pootie, where do you keep your tigers? Barry said the White House doesn't support a tiger cage. I thought this was America. Do you have a tiger at the Kremlin? But really, how do we get rid of the two-party system, in your opinion? We destroy it. We no, that's the only way. Everybody's got to get off their ass, and yeah, I know it sucks. I don't want to do it. No, I didn't give Bob a hard time for wanting to burn it down. I just wanted Bob to admit that that's what Bob wanted. That's fine. The whole like I really buy into this bullshit because I'm wildly ignorant take. I don't buy that. When Wyoming egg party? This is a vital question. You, like many people, don't want to. At what point
Or what event would make you want to? I think if the president blatantly disregards the orders of the Supreme Court, that's the end. So it's either then or you're too late to the party. The founding fathers had some really good ideas. They did. It's just times have changed. But I really do think that they tried to put together, given the scope of their time, the best thing that they could for the people. And largely they were very successful. And there were political issues of the time that, threatened the creation of it. And, things like slavery were locked in when they really shouldn't have been, because they needed the support of those people, right? And so there were a lot of flaws from the get go. But we know what those flaws are now. We can fix them. We just don't because people are lazy and comfortable. But that's something that can change very, very quickly. One second. Nothing. Look, a little bit of starvation to smash you down Maslow's hierarchy. I think we're a bit longer than 9 meals away, but no one is gonna get off their butts to do anything. That's because there's no one that's standing up to lead them. I mean, look at the opposing party. They're doing nothing. They're useless. Most of them are corporatists anyway, and are totally aligned with the corporations getting whatever they want. They had bingo signs. What a limp dick effort at protesting. I mean, there's just nobody like has the balls to call anybody on their shit, and that's why when like the fucking press secretary's like, oh well, you can tell France that they're lucky they're not speaking German, um, and nobody's like, well, can't France tell us that we're lucky we're not fucking speaking English and paying taxes to the king? I mean, like, why does nobody say that? Instead, you have like an entire group of people that are just like, yeah, fuck France, man. What did they ever do for us? What? Like, just some people just need to say something. Like, speak out against the widespread ignorance. Because the AP is banned, then report from outside. Make them stop you talking, right? Make everyone see that they stopped you from speaking out. Don't just go, oh, well, I can't talk anymore, I guess. Everyone's allowed to go. We can all, like, everybody who disagrees can go to Congress and flood into it because that's okay. That's just patriotism, right? We can just congregate in DC and go into government buildings and with whatever. But like that's allowed. We have precedent. That's what they did on Jan 6. Exactly. I don't think a single person on the right could disagree that it is everyone's right to go do that. Unilateral support. We can smear our feces on the hollowed halls of Congress. Exactly. Where's the political meatball now? It's fallen off the chart. Null. Null value. Fuck vegan meatball. You see President von der Leyen. The ball is now in the court of Russia, which should agree to a 30-day ceasefire without preconditions. Putin's got a whole list of preconditions. Do you think he's been just giving people money for the last 8 years so that he can't get his preconditions? But we'll be banned in SPX chat for speaking about politics. No, timed out for 24 hours. It's totally different. TA is now inconsequential. Market hinges on the next tweet, an impromptu presser from a megalomaniac. I guess sentiment is king again. Sentiment is king. So actually, TA is should be more valid. What was We fell and then bullish consolidation, and now we're breaking up. We tested every relevant support level, 20, 10, 5,600. Bounce. Maybe you should make a channel called The Gulag, and if you talk about politics, you're banned to that channel. Hmm. I want to figure out a way of like where people can type but no one else can see them. I think psychologically that's more fun. Yeah, like a shadow ban. Like I don't why is no one responding to me? So just yelling into the void? Yeah. But I could see it, and that would be entertaining. Yeah, opinions are like assholes. Everyone has one though, Lawrence. So a whole bunch of my calls got stopped on the retest of the low. Jan? I didn't even notice. Oh shit. But you had Jan calls? 1 second. Hmm. I got my new socks. I was talk typing and Siri just botched it. Oh, okay. What type did you get? Darn tough. Can you play the Irish song about J-Fresh again? Hmm. Nah. No, I didn't get them from fucking REI. They have their own web. Why would I buy them at REI? They have their own website. Yeah, we make good socks in Vermont. It's true. I would never give REI any of my money. I fundamentally disagree with the idea of people going outside, so and protesting with my wallet. I hate it when we reject slightly before gamma flip or delta flip. Why? That just gives you an opportunity to long the support, right? Because I'm looking to touch the line usually. I told you before they're not support resistance levels. It's like you don't listen to what I say. What's up, popcorn? It can be deceptive on days like that. It can. Does a 20-year auction have any relevance? Only if there's a tail. Which would probably be bullish at this point. I'm lost and alone. Oh no. Do you need me to get you an Uber? If I knew where I was, maybe. Damn it. It's just send me a picture of where you're at and we'll try to geo guess you. Tell him to drop a pin. I'm just really, really upsetty spaghetti today. What's going on, man? Tariffs? Houston? Is it 95 degrees out? Maybe your politics rant made Popcorn rethink his whole life mantra? No. Someone like tie your shoes together this morning when you left the house? Do you have to fire people? Firing people's the worst. I uncovered a senior level employee committing time fraud. New CEO doesn't want to immediately get rid of him. Wow. What the fuck's he waiting for? I may need to call an emergency board meeting to fire the employee and the CEO. Yeah, sounds like it. Are you friends with any of them? Yep. That sucks. What fuck relevance does that have, Bob? Taking advantage of me for a while, apparently. That's super shitty, man. See, at Gamma Strike, I don't have to worry about that. That's what you think? I've been clocking in hella early and not working. Thanks for the feedback, unpaid intern number one. Get that double time. Do you even know my hourly rate? It's too soon, man. We need to do that in like our all hands meetings more often. Right now it's 0. I want 1,000% raise. Okay. We have an emergency all hands meeting today with super important information. I think we're all getting fired. Wait, yeah, your real job? Yeah? Oh, fuck. That's not good. We're told to cancel all other meetings and attend. Is this something they do often? No? Oh, that's bad, yeah. Hopefully Trump doesn't cancel food stamps. Too late. T minus 3.5 hours. Fuck. What should I wear to my execution? No pants. No pants and a hoodie. Do you have a hoodie? Wear your pants, Nuke. Never make it easy for them. I'm gonna show them the baloney. Nice. Okay, I guess I'll just hang out here all day. Oh, wait. I do that anyway. Can't fuck me if I'm already fucking you. Huh. That's genius. Hmm. Ooh, Putin's envoy, Dmitriev, under the leadership of President Putin and President Trump, the world has become a much safer place today. Finally, I can pull my wallet out in the ghetto. If Nuke is fired, is GS going to increase his pay? What pay? we currently make enough money to keep the service operational and do part-time development on it. You will take a cut on your chicken quesadilla stipend, Dork. That is true. Girk pulled some strings to monopolize Nuke's time. Do the GS membership fees cover the data feed cost now? Yeah, GS is self-sustaining currently, as long as none of us get paid ever. Worth it. Yeah. Nice. That was stage one. Yeah, we crossed that Rubicon when we did the beta. That was the whole purpose of the beta. To keep it alive in perpetuity and allow us to build more things. I would like to be able to quit my regular job someday. This is more fun to work on. Me too, Dork. Unfortunately, I think I think me quitting my regular job would just also be me doing the same thing. Serious question: at what point could any of us invest in Gamma Strike, or are you all just going to be greedy and never sell out? That. Hey, can I work for Gamma Strike? Absolutely. Does price always equilibrate to the flip points? Hmm. Mean revert? Yes. Not always. There's definitely trend days where you just consistently move away from them. I don't require a paycheck. Perfect. Just a mug. We can get one of those. Can I go on retainer as Gamma Strike's scaping consultant? Yeah. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I see what he's doing. This is a hostile takeover of my mug. What's your PT on QQQ? TQQQ? Um, hmm. Good question. I think I'd like to see like a 75 test. Although technically the buy signal has not fired, so I should just continue to be bearish for now. But I'm trying to front run that a little bit. I'm so grateful for all that you do. Trading the markets with you streaming has been a dream, and it's awesome to have someone so knowledgeable keeping us in line or trying to. Thanks, man. I mean, it's fun for me too, otherwise I wouldn't do it. I would love if your real job was overnight janitor on Wall Street, sweeping up all the stock tickets. This isn't the 1980s. They just have computers now. Temporarily embarrassed. Well, I want to work for Gamma Strike and I'll work for free. My CV mostly consists of hand jays behind a Wendy's and part-time community college student. Yeah, Dork's right. That sounds like overqualified. Solving stocks on the chalkboards at night. Hey, Greg, I appreciate you. You're great, and I like you more than anyone else here does. Thanks, Rocket Reject. Good to know. I'll write that down. I got this friend, his balls a ginger, and he's wicked smart. Angry Trump or market pumping Trump? Last time market pumping Trump led to the market dropping 2%. I don't know about garbage. Completely made up and not the same at all. mine's not even the original indicator. It's a derivative of an indicator that was also better. How cooked is Canada's housing market? More than ours? I mean, they've got all the wood. Limericks were really fun yesterday. Can we tell super short, scary stories next Halloween? Sure. Not what I'm saying. I mean, both housing markets are skewed beyond belief. What do you want? Is one more fucked than the other? Probably ours. I mean, yes, yours is obviously better than mine, but as long as you know how to use them, mine still gets the job done. Just ask my wife. Let's not put Bird on the spot with this one. Yours is completely different and not the same indicator at all. You just think the chart looks the same? It doesn't. On a scale of 1 to dork food rate, the US market versus Canada market, the US market's probably in for a greater shock because the availability of liquidity in the housing inventory is far greater. Joke's on you. I wouldn't trade your indicator any better than mine. Why don't you just use MACD? I'm gonna chop between DF and GF for a bit. Maybe. Canada is farther off than ever from telling Chinese real estate investors to fuck off now that they'll need that cozy trade agreement. Yeah, but the Chinese investors can come in and build Chinese houses. You guys could have 10 new cities by the end of next year. Ooh, Chinese ghost cities up in the northern wastelands. Yeah, but you'd be shocked at what that does for property values. Did I buy calls too early? Maybe. Is there a way to figure out how much of the US stock market is owned outside of the US and how fast they're selling? Yeah, you can look at foreign investment flows. There's a bunch of FRED data for it. And you can break it down into subcategories too. Provided we, as a government, our government keeps providing that data, which they may or may not do. We left a little gappy poo to the upside. And there's also a big gap to the upside as well. Bot calls at 10, 15. Some bot calls at 25. Sold put support at 5605, 5600. So we might get some more put selling down here. There's some bot puts out at 5685, and then everything below that's pretty much sold. So yeah, it's just a little hard to get over 20 still. Probably a little hard to get over 20, and then really hard to get over 35, 40. We could take a break from politics to collectively shit on Nvidia at the keynote. I don't know if there's going to be a stream for it, but it should be starting soon. Shouldn't bulls be safe if they get over both flip points? No. There's not that much upside delta. Safe would probably be over like 56, 60 or 75. They need to get supportive delta in the money. Which is, yeah, we've got a ways to go. Being slightly positive delta is not the same as delta being very supportive. So they need 0 DT, delta, and gamma to be more supportive than the longer run chain's negative effects. Yeah, the charm from the SPX AM is definitely already weighing things down. Is there a path to have the FOMC meeting tomorrow be a bullish outcome? Yeah. I think if it is though, the upside's going to be really volatile. Big moves, big rejections. I don't think Nvidia's keynote's very important to be perfectly frank. If JPOW cuts rates, that would be bearish, I think. It would not be seen as cutting rates from a position of strength. Yeah, Apple sold off a bit. But the news that like drove Apple down today or came out like way early this morning, it was like Chinese iPhone sales continue to decline. Hmm. Yeah, the Trump Putin call's over, but no news on it yet, so volatility is still kind of all over the place. WTO documents. U.S. mission tells China and Canada it's ready to confer after those countries brought trade disputes. Oh, shit. Oh, wait a second. Hmm. Is Trump gonna speak? Hmm. Guess we're not pumping into the auction. All that matters is what Trump is going to say. Oh, European Council calls for acceleration of work to decisively ramp up Europe's defense readiness within the next 5 years. This is the Nvidia keynote. Hasn't started yet, though. Yeah, if we lose 5,600, it's very bearish. I hope my Huntington Ingalls stock keeps rocketing. Shit was down bad. Is there any vol shorting? Most of it's further out of the money. Not a ton near spot. There's some, though. Starting to get some put buying at 55.95, 90, 56, 50, 55.85. Call buying almost equally to the upside across the three upside strikes. There's a synthetic long at 56.05 that's providing a little bit of local support. But bulls need this above 25, ultimately. Gamma Max moving towards spot is bull or is bear or bull? Is the stock above or below delta neutral or gamma neutral? What we need to know is, can Jensen successfully get AI to go quantum? Oh, look, you're back. Can you look at Meta? I'd rather not. But yeah, I could. What about it? It still looks shitty. It failed 600, which was really bad. And now it's down another 4% today. Could you rather not look at Meta? I mean, I think you asked me about it yesterday, and I was like, it looks bearish. And now it's down $24 from where it was. Now you can play the song. No, the whole point was JFresh never hears his 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 uh his St. Patrick's Day song. Wait, I have a song. You're my muse. How did everyone keep this from me? White House is expected to provide a readout soon. Goody. Seems like the Bulls like that. You do. You had a St. Patrick's Day song because I thought you were back from vacation and you would have heard it, but you didn't. So now it's a secret. Till next St. Patrick's Day. I quit. Alright, fine. I'll play it. Yeah, but you'd have to find it. Which would be not easy. Oh, wait. I gotta make sure I'm not gonna, like, deafen everybody. Alright.
In fields of green they danced a lad, Jay Fresh, the ginger short and mad, a leprechaun of cunning sight, causing trouble day and night. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes. He sneaks around without a clue, dropping mischief in each shoe. When morning comes, a shocking smell, Jay Fresh laughing, casting spells. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes.
I'm crying right now. Perfect. Do you make these with AI? I'll answer, I'm not a musician.
Hedging calls with mighty kicks. Every time the markets swing, Jay Fresh dances, laughs, and sings. Oh, Jay Fresh, you cheeky sprite, calling SPX with delight. Up to 6,200 it'll rise, then he'll vanish for your eyes. Now if you see your shoes defiled,
Usually I write the lyrics, and then I just, like, have AI make the music.
know the culprits, small and spry, Jay Fresh winking, passing by.
Because the AI lyrics are weird.
Ginger lad, making mischief good and bad. SPX will soar anew. Watch your step and guard your shoe.
I've got to find that old GIF. Which one? Me pooping in shoes. You've got to update your resume and put lyricist on it. I don't think I will. Lyrics are easy to write. Songwriting's formulaic. All of the artists you think are talented just read a textbook. And most of them don't even write songs. Even Pitbull? No, not Pitbull. Pitbull's the Florida State Poet Laureate, isn't he? The couch humper is on Fox News Live talking about the economy. Who cares what the VP has to say? How dare you insult Taylor Swift? You're a monster. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Don't try to put me on the wrong side of the Swifties. I'll be on the wrong side of MAGA all day, but I'm not fucking with the Swifties. They're crazy. Taylor Swift is a psyop. This keynote address is really something. Imagine paying to show up to this. Who the fuck does Jensen think he is? That's Flo Rida? It's in his name. Why did you put two R's in? Oh, okay. Jensen is tech Jesus. It's a bit of a stretch. I think we all know that Steve Jobs is tech Jesus. He died and came back as every asshole who's ever worn a turtleneck. I just know she's relatable, man. She grew up in an average 5,000 square foot home with parents that worked middle income jobs in the entertainment industry, making 500K to $1 million a year. Yeah. It's just like the rest of us. Taylor Swift is the like she is the ultimate dream of record labels everywhere. She is what record labels have attempted to accomplish for 50 years. Oh wait, is he talking?
Possibilities are born. Tokens transform images into scientific data, charting alien atmospheres and guiding the explorers of tomorrow. They turn raw data.
This is what Nvidia
into
is spending all their
foresight.
money on.
So next time, we'll be ready.
Tokens? It's NFTs, boys. It's coming
Tokens
back.
Code the laws of physics to get us there faster.
Ryan Cohen was too early.
And take us further. Tokens see disease before it takes hold. They help us unravel the language of life and learn what makes us tick.
That was a fat tail on the 20-year. Primary dealers only took
Tokens connect
8%.
the dots
Small
so we
auction,
can
but
protect our
nasty.
most noble creatures. They turn potential into plenty. And help us harvest our bounty. Tokens don't just teach robots how to move, but to bring joy. To lend us a hand. And put life within reach.
$510 sugar baby greater than Nvidia AI girlfriend.
To bravely go where no one has gone before.
Anyone else getting Jurassic Park vibes? Yeah.
Is where it all begins.
Welcome to the stage, Nvidia founder and CEO, Jensen Huang.
Like a little bit of like Christopher Nolan and Steven Spielberg.
Welcome to GTC!
Did he lose the leather pants? I can't tell.
What an amazing year. We wanted to do this at NVIDIA. So through the magic of artificial intelligence,
It's still
we're going
Nvidia.
to bring you to NVIDIA's headquarters.
See, he just pronounced it two different ways. He doesn't even know.
What do you think? This is this is where we work. This is where we work. What an amazing year it was, and we have a lot of incredible things to talk about. And I just want you to know that I'm up here without a net. There are no scripts, there's no teleprompter, and I've got a lot of things to cover, so let's get started. First of all, I want to thank all
Well,
the
you have an
sponsors, all the
earpiece.
amazing people who are part of this conference. Just about every single industry is represented. Healthcare is here, transportation, retail, gosh, the computer industry. Everybody in the computer industry is here. And so it's really, really terrific to see all of you, and thank you for sponsoring it.
Remember the
GTC
last keynote address? When everyone was like,
with GeForce.
oh my god, Jensen just
It all
gave us
started
all the
with GeForce.
stocks to go long
And
on,
today,
and now they're all down
I have
40%.
here a GeForce 5090. And 5090, unbelievably, 25 years later, 25 years after we started working on GeForce, GeForce is sold out all over the world. This is the 5090, the Blackwell generation. And comparing it to the 4090, look how it's 30% smaller in volume. It's 30% better at dissipating energy and incredible performance. Hard to even compare, and the reason for that is because of artificial intelligence. GeForce brought CUDA to the world. CUDA enabled AI, and AI has now come back to revolutionize computer graphics. What you're looking at is real-time computer graphics, 100% path traced. For every pixel that's rendered, artificial intelligence predicts the other 15. Think about this for a second. For every pixel that we mathematically rendered, artificial intelligence inferred the other 15. And it has to do so with so much precision that the image looks right, and it's temporally accurate, meaning that from frame to frame to frame, going forward or backwards because it's computer graphics, it has to stay temporally stable. Incredible. Artificial intelligence has made extraordinary progress. It has only been 10 years. Now, we've been talking about AI for a little longer than that. But AI really came into the world's consciousness about a decade ago. Started with perception AI, computer vision, speech recognition, then generative AI. The last 5 years, we've largely focused on generative AI, teaching an AI how to translate from one modality to another modality, text to image, image to text to video, amino acids to proteins, properties to chemicals, all kinds of different ways that we can use
Not a
AI
hot dog.
to generate content. Generative AI fundamentally changed how computing is done. From a retrieval computing model, we now have a generative computing model. Whereas almost everything that we did in the past was about creating content in advance, storing multiple versions of it, and fetching whatever version we think is appropriate at the moment of use. Now, AI understands the context, understands what we're asking, understands the meaning of our request, and generates what it knows. If it needs, it'll retrieve information, augments its understanding, and generate answer for us. Rather than retrieving data, it now generates answers. Fundamentally changed how computing is done. Every single layer of computing has been transformed. The last several years, the last couple, 2-3 years, major breakthrough happened. Fundamental advance in artificial intelligence. We call it agentic AI. Agentic AI basically means that you have an AI that has agency. It can perceive and understand the context of the circumstance. It can reason, very importantly, it can reason about how to answer or how to solve a problem. And it can plan in action. It can plan and take action. It can use tools because it now understands multimodality information. It can go to a website and look at the format of the website, words and videos, maybe even play a video. Learns from what it learns from that website, understands it, and come back and use that information, use that newfound knowledge to do its job. Agentic AI. At the foundation of agentic AI, of course,
Is that Nvidia? Live.
Reasoning. And then, of course, the next wave is already happening. We're going to talk a lot about that today. Robotics, which has been enabled by physical AI. AI that understands the physical world. It understands things like friction and inertia, cause and effect, object permanence. When some corner doesn't mean it's disappeared from this universe. It's still there, just not seeable. And so that ability to understand the physical world, the three-dimensional world, is what's going to enable a new era of AI we call physical AI.
We can show it.
Robotics. Each one of these
You haven't been around, have you?
phases, each one of these waves opens up new market opportunities for all of us. It brings more and new partners to GTC.
I was at
As a
Disney
result,
World?
GTC
Oh,
is
yeah.
now jam-packed. The only way
We've
to
been
grow more
sharing
people at GTC
the
is
progress.
we're going to have to grow San Jose. And we're working on it. We got a lot of land to work with. We got to grow San Jose. so that we can make GTC. I have this, just, you know, as I'm standing here, I wish all of you could see what I see. And we're in the middle of a stadium. And last year was the first year back that we did this live. And it was like a rock concert. And it was described, GTC was described as the Woodstock of AI. And this year it's described as the Super Bowl of AI. The only difference is everybody wins at this Super Bowl. Everybody's a winner. And so every single year, more people come because AI is able to solve more interesting problems for more industries and more companies. And this year, we're going to talk a lot about agentic AI and physical AI. At its core, what enables each wave and each phase of AI, three fundamental matters are involved. The first is how do you solve the data problem?
Putin and Trump
And the
discussed
reason why that's
Ukraine
important
and
is
agreed to
because
stay
AI
in
is a
contact.
data-driven computer science approach.
39
It needs data
counterparties,
to learn from. It
149.50
needs
billion at
digital
reverse
experience
repo.
to learn from, to gain to learn knowledge and to gain digital experience. How do you solve the data problem? The second is how do you solve the training problem without human in the loop? The reason why human in the loop is fundamentally challenging is because we only have so much time, and we would like an AI to be able to learn at superhuman rates, at super real-time rates, and to be able to learn at a scale that no humans can keep up with. And so the second question is, how do you train the model? And the third is, how do you scale? How do you find an algorithm whereby the more resource you provide, whatever the resource is, the smarter the AI becomes? The scaling law. Well, this last year, this is where almost the entire world got it wrong. The computation requirement, the scaling law of AI is more resilient and, in fact, hyper-accelerated. The amount of computation we need at this point as a result of agentic AI, as a result of reasoning, is easily 100 times more than we thought we needed this time last year. And let's reason about why that's true. The first part is, let's just go from what the AI can do. Let me work backwards. Agentic AI, as I mentioned, at its foundation is reasoning. We now have AIs that can reason, which is fundamentally about breaking a problem down step by step. Maybe it approaches a problem in a few different ways and selects the best answer. Maybe it solves the same problem in a variety of ways and ensure it has the same answer, consistency checking. Or maybe after it's done deriving the answer, it plugs it back into the equation, maybe a quadratic equation, to confirm that it's the right answer, instead of just
Oh my God.
one-shot blurbing it out.
JFresh, is your blood
2
boiling?
years ago, when we started working with ChatGPT,
Quadratic fact checking, man.
many complicated questions and many simple questions, it simply can't get right, and it's understandably so. It took a one-shot, whatever it learned by studying pre-trained data, whatever it saw from other experiences, pre-trained data, it does a one-shot, blurps it out, like a savant. Now, we have AIs that can reason step by step by step, using a technology called chain of thought, best of n, consistency checking, a variety of different path planning, a variety of different techniques. We now have AIs that can reason.
The AI will choose the best incorrect
Step by
answer
step by step.
from a pile of incorrect
Well, you could
answers.
imagine, as a result, the number
using
of tokens we
probability.
generate, and the fundamental technology of AI is still the same. Generate the next token, predict the next token. It's just that the next token now makes up step one. Then the next token. after
JFresh,
that,
from now on, when you use Grok to make penises in your
generate
quiet
step
time, they're going to
one.
be so much
That step one
thicker
is
and
counter to the
veinier.
input of the AI again as it generates step 2 and step 3 and step 4. So instead of just generating one token or one word after next, it generates a sequence of words that represents a step of reasoning. The amount of
Quadratic
tokens
peni.
generated as a result
Exactly.
is substantially higher, and I'll show you in a second. Easily 100 times.
Not only
more.
that, they're gonna find you the best
100
N
times, yeah, what does that
peni.
mean? Well, it could generate 100 times more tokens, and you can see that happening, as I explained previously. Or the model is more complex. It generates 10 times more tokens, and in order for us to keep the model responsive,
I'm gonna wait for
interactive,
cubic AI.
so that we don't lose our patience waiting for it to think, we now have to compute 10 times faster. And so 10 times tokens, 10 times faster, the amount of computation we have to do is 100 times more easily. And so you're gonna see this in the rest of the presentation. The amount of computation we have to do for inference is dramatically higher than it used to be. Well, the question then becomes, how do we teach an AI how to do what I just described? How to execute this chain of thought? Well, one method is you have to teach the AI how to reason. And as I mentioned earlier, in training, there are two fundamental problems we have to solve. Where does the data come from? Where does the data come from? And how do we not have it be limited by human in the loop? There's only so much data and so much human demonstration we can perform. And so this is the big breakthrough in the last couple of years. Reinforcement learning, verifiable results. Basically, reinforcement learning of an AI as it attacks or tries to engage solving a problem step by step. Well, we have many problems that have been solved in the
Bot
history
calls
of
at
humanity
25
where
are
we
still
know the
pretty
answer.
heavy. And
know
the
the
bot
equation of a
puts at
quadratic
15 are
equation.
starting to fall
How
off
to
a
solve
bit.
that? We
More
know
puts being sold out
how
of the
to solve a
money, 20,
Pythagorean
25,
theorem.
30.
The
A little bit of
rules a right
resistance at
triangle. We know
35, 40
many
to the
rules of
upside.
math and geometry and logic and science. We have puzzle games that we could give it. Constraint type of problems like Sudoku. Those kind of problems, on and on and on. We have hundreds of these problem spaces where we can generate millions of different examples and give the AI hundreds of chances to solve it step by step as we use reinforcement learning to reward it as it does a better and better job. So as a result, you take hundreds of different topics, millions of different examples, hundreds of different tries, each one of the tries generating tens of thousands of tokens. You put that all together, we're talking about trillions and trillions of tokens in order to train that model. And now with reinforcement learning, we have the ability to generate an enormous amount of tokens. Synthetic data generation, basically using a robotic approach to teach an AI.
How does
The
one
combination
store
of these two
synthetic
things
data?
has put an enormous challenge of computing in front of the industry. And you can see that the industry is responding.
In your butt.
What I'm about to show you is Hopper shipments of the top 4 CSPs. The top 4 CSPs. They're the ones with the public clouds. Amazon, Azure, GCP, and OCI. The top four CSPs, not the AI companies, that's not included. Not all the startups, not included. Not enterprise, not included. A whole bunch of things not included. Just those 4. Just to give you a sense of comparing.
There's
the
trap
peak
positioning to
year
the upside all the
of
way up to
Hopper
like
and the first
6,100.
year of Blackwell, okay? The peak year of Hopper and the first year of Blackwell. So you can kind of see that, in fact, AI is going through an inflection point. It has become more useful because it's smarter, it can reason. It is more used. You can tell it's more used because whenever you go to ChatGPT these days, it seems like you have to wait longer and longer and longer, which is a good thing. It says a lot of people are using it with great effect. And the amount of computation necessary to train those models and to inference those models has grown tremendously. So in just 1 year, and Blackwell has just started shipping, in just 1 year, you could see the incredible growth in AI infrastructure. Well, that's being reflected in computing across the board. We're now seeing, and this is, the purple is the forecast of of analysts about the increase of capital expense of the world's data centers, including CSPs and enterprise and so on, the world's data centers through the end of the decade, so 2030. I've said before that I expect data center build-out to reach $1 trillion, and I am fairly certain we're going to reach that very soon. Two dynamics is happening at the same time. The first dynamic is that the vast majority of that growth is likely to be accelerated, meaning we've known for some time that general purpose computing has run its course, and that we need a new computing approach. And the world is going through a platform shift from hand-coded software running on general purpose computers to machine learning software running on accelerators and GPUs. This way of doing computation is at this point past this tipping point, and we are now seeing...
We need to start collectively demanding public figures state their end game. I'm tired of feeling like it involves me expiring.
In the way we do computing.
Because it does. That's why they don't say it.
Second is an increase in recognition that the future of software requires capital investment. Now, this is a very big idea.
The first dynamic is that
Whereas
billionaires
in the
recognize the
past,
potential
we
for
wrote the
LLMs
software
to
and we ran it
be
on
able to more
computers.
efficiently
In
misinform the
future,
public than any human
computer is
is
gonna
capable
generate
of.
tokens for the
Yeah,
software.
exactly.
And so the computer has
And
become
more
a
actively.
generator of tokens, not a retrieval of files. From retrieval-based computing to generative-based computing.
Wait, no,
Old way
Nuke.
of doing
Is your
data
meeting
centers
over?
To a new way of building these infrastructures.
I thought we didn't know
I
yet.
call them AI factories. They're AI factories because it has one job and one job only.
T minus
generating these
2.5.
incredible tokens that we then reconstitute into music, into words.
At least they're giving you till market close to become a multimillionaire.
research into chemicals or proteins. We reconstitute it into all kinds of information of different
Nuke, I'm sending you my
We're always
vibes.
going through a transition in not just the amount of data centers that will be built, but also how it's built. Well, everything in the data center will be accelerated. Not all of it's AI. And I want to say a few words about this. You know, this slide is genuinely my favorite. And the reason for that is because for all of you who've been coming to GTC all of these years, you've been listening to me talk about these libraries this whole time. This is, in fact, what GTC is all about, this one slide. And in fact, a long time ago, 20 years ago, this is the only slide we had. One library after another library after another library. You can't just accelerate software, just as we needed an AI framework in order to create AIs, and we accelerate the AI frameworks. You need frameworks for physics and biology and multi-physics and all kinds of different quantum physics. You need all kinds of libraries and frameworks. We call them CUDA-X libraries, acceleration frameworks for each one of these fields of science. And so this first one is incredible. This is CuPy numeric. NumPy is the #1 most downloaded Python library, most used Python library in the world. Downloaded 400 million times this last year. cuLitho.
That was just dork.
And CuPy numeric is a zero-change drop-in acceleration for NumPy. So
No, that was all
if you're
dork.
using
He wasn't
NumPy
part
out
of it.
there, give CuPy numeric a try. You're gonna love it. cuLitho,
Yeah, no,
a
it was hard to
computational
install.
library. Over the course of 4 years, we've now taken the entire process of processing lithography, computational lithography, which is the second factory in a fab. There's the factory that manufactures the wafers, and then there's the factory that manufactures the information to manufacture the wafers. Every industry, every company that has factories will have two factories in the future. The factory for what they build and the factory for the mathematics, the factory for the AI. Factory for cars, factory for AIs for the cars. Factory for...
Listen, if I show the AI a picture of my nuts,
factories for
will it be
AI.
able to tell me how many I have or not?
cuLitho is our computational lithography, TSMC, Samsung, ASML, our partners Synopsys, Mentor, incredible support all over. I think that this is now at its tipping point. In another 5 years' time, every mask, every single lithography will be processed on NVIDIA CUDA. Ariel is our library for 5G, turning a GPU into a 5G radio. Why not? Signal processing is something we do incredibly well. Once we do that, we can layer on top of it AI for RAN, or what we call AI RAN. The next generation of radio networks will have AI deeply inserted into it. Why is it that we're limited by the limits of information theory? Because there's only so much information spectrum we can get, not if we add AI to it. Co-opt, numerical or mathematical optimization. Almost every single industry uses this when you plan seats.
Deeply inserting AI is how you get AI delusion syndrome. Yeah.
Customers, workers and plants, drivers and riders, so on and so forth, where we have multiple constraints, a whole bunch of variables, and you're optimizing for time, profit, quality of service, usage of resource, whatever it happens to be. NVIDIA uses it for our supply chain management. Co-opt is an incredible library. It takes what would take hours and hours, and it turns into seconds. The reason why that's a big deal is so that we can now explore much larger space. We announced that we are going to open source Co-opt. Almost everybody is using either Gurobi or IBM Cplex or FICO. We're working with all three of them. The industry is so excited. We're about to accelerate the living daylights out of the industry. Parabricks for gene sequencing and gene analysis. MONAI is the world's leading medical imaging library. Earth-2 multi-physics for predicting in very high resolution local weather. Quantum and CUDA-Q. We're going to have our first quantum day here at GTC. We're working with just about everybody in the ecosystem.
This one has a little,
helping them research on
it's a little
quantum
better sustained push through
quantum algorithms,
GF.
or in building a classical accelerated quantum heterogeneous architecture. And so really exciting work there.
Slightly higher high on it.
Tensor for tensor contraction, quantum chemistry. Of course, this stack is world famous. People think that there's one piece of software called CUDA, but in fact, on top of CUDA is a whole bunch of libraries that's integrated into all different parts of the ecosystem and software and infrastructure in order to make AI possible. I've got a new one here to announce today. cuDSS, our sparse solvers, really important for CAE. This is one of the biggest things that has happened in the last year. Working with Cadence and Synopsys and Ansys and Dassault and all of the systems companies, we've now made possible just about every important EDA and CAE library to be accelerated. What's amazing is until recently, NVIDIA's been using general purpose computers running software super slowly to design accelerated computers for everybody else. And the reason for that is because we never had that software, that body of software optimized for CUDA until recently. And so now our entire industry is going to get supercharged as we move to accelerated computing. cuDF, a data frame for structured data. We now have a drop-in acceleration for Spark and drop-in acceleration for Pandas. Incredible. And then we have Warp, a library for physics that runs in a Python library for physics for CUDA. We have a big announcement there. I will save it in just a second. This is just a sampling of the libraries that make possible accelerated computing. It's not just CUDA. We're so proud of CUDA. But if not for CUDA and the fact that we have such a large installed base, none of these libraries would be useful for any of the developers who use them. For all the developers that use them, you use it because, one, it's going to give you incredible speed up. It's going to give you incredible scale up. And two, because the install base of CUDA is now everywhere. It's in every cloud, it's in every data center, it's available from every computer company in the world, it's literally everywhere. And therefore, by using one of these libraries, your software, your amazing software can reach everyone. And so we've now reached the tipping point of accelerated computing. CUDA has made it possible. And all of you, this is what GTC is about, the ecosystem. All of you made this possible. And so we made a little short video for you. Thank you.
Out above 23 to get 23 as support.
The pioneers, the builders of the future, CUDA was made for you.
I thought he was saying Gouda.
Since 2006, 6 million developers in over 200 countries have used CUDA and transformed computing. With over 900 CUDA-X libraries and AI models, you're accelerating science, reshaping industries, and giving machines the power to see, learn, and reason. Now, Nvidia Blackwell is 50,000 times faster than the first CUDA GPU. These orders of magnitude gains in speed and scale are closing the gap between simulation and real-time digital twins. And for you, this is still just the beginning. We can't wait to see what you do next.
So advanced you can't even get the closed captioning right.
I love what we do. I love even more what you do with it. And one of the things that most touch me, in my 33 years doing this, one scientist said to me, Jensen, because of your work, I can do my life's work in my lifetime. And boy, if that doesn't touch you, well, you got to be a corpse. So this is all about you guys. Thank you. All right, so we're going to talk about AI. But you know, AI started in the cloud. It started in the cloud for a good reason, because it turns out that AI needs infrastructure. It's machine learning. If the science says machine learning, then you need a machine to do the science. And so machine learning requires infrastructure, and the cloud data centers had infrastructure. They also have extraordinary computer science.
Did Jensen just reference munting?
Perfect circumstance for AI to take off in the cloud and the CSPs. But that's not where AI is limited to. AI will go everywhere. And we're going to talk about AI in a lot of different ways. And the cloud service providers, of course, they like our leading edge technology. They like the fact that we have full stack, because accelerated computing, as you know, as I was explaining earlier, is not about the chip. It's not even just the chip in the library, the programming model. It's the chip, the programming model, and a whole bunch of software that goes on top of it. That entire stack is incredibly complex. Each one of those layers, each one of those libraries is essentially like SQL. SQL, as you know, is called in-storage computing. It was the big revolution of computation by IBM. SQL is one library, just imagine. I just showed you a whole bunch of them. And in the case of AI, there's a whole bunch more. So the stack is complicated. They also love the fact that CSPs love that NVIDIA CUDA developers are CSP customers, because in the final analysis, they're building infrastructure for the world to use. And so the rich developer ecosystem is really valued and really deeply appreciated. Well, now that we're going to take AI out to the rest of the world has different system configurations, operating environment differences, domain-specific library differences, usage differences. And so
See if we
AI
get
as
support
it
here.
translates to enterprise IT, as it translates to manufacturing, as it translates to robotics or self-driving cars, or even companies that are starting GPU clouds. There's a whole bunch of companies, maybe 20 of them, who started during the Nvidia time. And what they do is just one thing. They host GPUs. They call themselves GPU clouds. And one of our great partners, CoreWeave, is in the process of going public, and we're super proud of them. And so GPU clouds, they have their own requirements. But one of the areas that I'm super excited about is edge. And today we announced today that Cisco,
Ooh, I'm going to be able to short
Nvidia,
that IPO.
T-Mobile, the largest telecommunications company in the world, Cerberus ODC, are going to build a full stack for radio networks here in the United States. And that's going to be the second stack. So that this current stack we're announcing today will put AI into the edge. Remember, $100 billion
It
of the
is
world's
6G, new
capital
pandemic.
investments each year is in the radio networks and all of the data centers provisioning for communications. In the future, there is no question in my mind that's going to be accelerated computing infused with AI. AI will do a far, far better job adapting the radio signals, the massive MIMOs, to the changing environments and the traffic conditions. Of course it would. Of course we would use reinforcement learning to do that. Of course MIMO is essentially one giant radio robot. Of course it is. And so we will, of course, provide for those capabilities. Of course, AI could revolutionize communications. You know, when I call home, you don't have to say but that few words, because my wife knows where I work, what that condition's like. Conversation carries on from yesterday. She kind of remembers what I like, don't like. And oftentimes, just a few words, you communicated a whole bunch. The reason for that is because of context and human prior knowledge. Well, combining those capabilities could revolutionize communications. Look what it's doing for video processing. Look what I just described earlier in 3D graphics. And so, of course, we're going to do the same for edge. So I'm super excited about the announcement that we made today. T-Mobile, Cisco, Nvidia, Cerberus ODC are going to build a full stack. Well, AI is going to go into every industry. That's just one.
Man, I'm really glad I'm not long T-Mobile
One
right
of
now.
the earliest industries that AI went into was autonomous vehicles. The moment I saw AlexNet, and we've been working on computer vision for a long time, the moment I saw AlexNet was such an inspiring moment, such an exciting moment.
Jensen gonna edge him
It
already.
caused us to decide to go all in on building self-driving cars. So we've been working on self-driving cars now for over a decade. We build technology that almost every single self-driving car company uses. It could be either in the data center. For example, Tesla uses lots of Nvidia GPUs in the data center. It could be in the data center or the car. Waymo and Wave uses Nvidia computers in data centers as well as the car. It could be just in the car. It's very rare, but sometimes it's just in the car. Or they use all of our software in addition. We work with the car industry however the car industry would like us to work with them. We build all three computers, the training computer, the simulation computer, and the robotics computer, the self-driving car computer, all the software stack that sits on top of it, models and algorithms, just as we do with all of the other industries that I've demonstrated. And so today, I'm super excited to announce that GM has selected Nvidia to partner with them to build their future self-driving car fleet.
So Putin and Trump agreed to start talks on Black Sea security.
The time for autonomous vehicles has
Putin
arrived.
backs the idea not to hit
And
energy
we're
facilities for
looking forward
30
to building with
days.
GM,
Foreign's weapon
AI
aid to the UK
in
should
all three
end,
areas.
according to the Kremlin.
AI for manufacturing.
Leaders agreed that movement to peace would begin with an energy An infrastructure ceasefire, technical negotiations on implementation of maritime ceasefire in the Black Sea. These negotiations will begin immediately in the Middle East. Leaders spoke broadly about Middle East as a region of potential cooperation to prevent future conflicts, discussed the need to stop proliferation of strategic weapons, and will engage with others to ensure the broadest possible application. Russia and the U.S. to create groups on Ukraine settlement.
It's called halos.
Talks for Ukraine ceasefire to begin immediately.
Safety requires
That's it so far.
technology, from silicon to systems, the system software, the algorithms,
Oh, and a prisoner swap was agreed
the
to.
methodologies, everything from
Adobe and Microsoft
diversity
announced empowering
to
marketers with
diversity,
AI agents and Microsoft
monitoring
365
and
Copilot.
transparency.
And then Nvidia and telecom industry leaders to develop
All of
AI
these different
native
philosophies have to
wireless
be
networks
deeply
for
ingrained
6G.
into every single part of how you develop the system and the software. We're the first company in the world, I believe, to have every
My favorite
line of
theory
code
ever is that
safety
Putin
assessed.
is short
7
GME.
million lines of code safety assessed. Our chip, our system software, and our algorithms are safety assessed by third parties that crawl through every line of code to ensure that it is designed to ensure diversity, transparency, and explainability. We also have filed over 1,000 patents, and during this GTC, and I really encourage you to do so, is to go spend time in the Halos workshop so that you could see all of the different things that comes together to ensure that cars of the future are going to be safe as well as autonomous. And so this is something I'm very proud of. It rarely gets any attention, and so I thought I would spend the extra time this time to talk about that. Okay, NVIDIA Halos. All of you have seen cars drive by themselves. The Waymo robo-taxis are incredible, but we made a video to share with you.
There's
some of
no
the technology
question
we
asking
use
at this event.
to solve the problems
This
of
is just stock
data
advertising.
and training and diversity, so that we could use the magic.
SAX
of
about to
AI
pop above
to go
DF.
create
Maybe.
AI.
Getting
Let's
close.
take a look.
We got support at the gamma flip, which is important.
Nvidia is accelerating AI development for AVs with Omniverse and Cosmos. Cosmos prediction and reasoning capabilities support AI-first AV systems that are end-to-end trainable with new methods of development. Model distillation, closed-loop training, and synthetic data generation. First, model distillation. Adapted as a policy model, Cosmos's driving knowledge transfers from a slower, intelligent teacher to a smaller, faster student inferenced in the car. The teacher's policy model demonstrates the optimal trajectory, followed by the student model learning through iterations, until it performs at nearly the same level as the teacher. The distillation process bootstraps a policy model, but complex scenarios require further tuning. Closed-loop training enables fine-tuning of policy models. Log data is turned into 3D scenes for driving closed-loop in physics-based simulation using Omniverse neural reconstruction. Variations of these scenes are created to test a model's trajectory generation capabilities. Cosmos Behavior Evaluator can then score the generated driving behavior to measure model performance. Newly generated scenarios and their evaluation create a large dataset for closed-loop training, helping AVs navigate complex scenarios more robustly. Last, 3D synthetic data generation enhances AVs' adaptability to diverse environments. From log data, Omniverse builds detailed 4D driving environments by fusing maps and images, and generates a digital twin of the real world, including segmentation, to guide Cosmos by classifying each pixel. Cosmos then scales the training data by generating accurate and diverse scenarios, closing the sim-to-real gap. Omniverse and Cosmos enable AVs to learn, adapt, and drive intelligently advancing safer mobility.
Nvidia is the perfect company to do that. Gosh, that's our destiny. Use AI to recreate AI. The technology that we showed you there is very similar to the technology that you're enjoying to take you to a digital twin we call Nvidia. All right, let's talk about data centers. That's not bad, huh? Gaussian splats.
You believe that the CEO is pronouncing Nvidia wrong?
Well,
It's hard to believe.
Blackwell is in full
But
production.
it's
This is
happening.
what it looks like. It's an incredible. You know, for people, for us, this is a sight of beauty. Would you agree? This is. How is this not beautiful? How is this not beautiful? Well, this is a big deal because we made a fundamental transition in computer architecture. I just want you to know that, in fact, I've shown you a version of this about 3 years ago. It was called Grace Hopper, and the system was called Ranger. The Ranger system is about maybe about half of the width of the screen. And it was the world's first NVLink 32. 3 years ago, we showed Ranger working, and it was way too large, but it was exactly the right idea. We were trying to solve scale up. Distributed computing is about using a whole lot of different computers working together to solve a very large problem. But there's no replacement for scaling up before you scale out. Both are important, but you want to scale up first before you scale out. While scaling up is incredibly hard, there is no simple answer for it. You're not going to scale it up, you're not going to scale it out like Hadoop. Take a whole bunch of commodity computers, hook it up into a large network, and do in-storage.
GM has selected Nvidia to build its self-driving car fleet.
It enabled
GM and Nvidia to build its custom AI systems. Nvidia partnering with T-Mobile, Mitri, Cisco, ODC, and Booz Allen.
However, the problem we're trying to solve is so complex.
Man, they're really trying to pump the stock
that
price.
scaling
It's not working.
in that way
Or just
would have
everything
simply
else in tech is going
cost
down.
way too much power, way too much energy. It would have never, deep learning would have never happened. And so the thing that we had to do was scale up first. Well, this is the way we scaled up. I'm not going to lift this. This is 70 pounds. This is the last generation system architecture. Is called HGX. This revolutionized computing as we know it. This revolutionized artificial intelligence. This is 8 GPUs. 8 GPUs. Each one of them is kind of like this. Okay. This is 2 GPUs, 2 Blackwell GPUs in one Blackwell package. 2 Blackwell GPUs in one Blackwell package. And there are 8 of these underneath this, okay? And this connects into what we call NVLink 8. This then connects to a CPU shelf like that. So there's dual CPUs, and that sits on top. And we connect it over PCI Express, and then many of these get connected with InfiniBand, which turns into what is an AI supercomputer. This is the way it was in the past. This is how we started. Well, this is as far as we scaled up before we scaled out. But we wanted to scale up even further. And I told you that Ranger took this system and scaled it up by another factor of 4. And so we had NVLink 32, but the system was way too large. And so we had to do something quite remarkable, re-engineer how NVLink worked and how scale-up worked. And so the first thing that we did was we said, listen, the NVLink switches are in this system embedded on the motherboard. We need to disaggregate the NVLink system and take it out. So this is the NVLink system. Okay, this is an NVLink switch. This is the highest performance switch the world's ever made. And this makes it possible for every GPU to talk to every GPU at exactly the same time at full bandwidth. Okay, so this is the NVLink switch. We disaggregated it, we took it out, and we put it in the center of the chassis. So there are 18 of these switches in 9 different racks, 9 different switch trays, we call them. And then the switches are disaggregated. The compute is now sitting in here. This is equivalent to these 2 things in compute. What's amazing is this is completely liquid cooled. And by liquid cooling it, we can compress all of these compute nodes into one rack. This is the big change of the entire industry. All of you in the audience, I know how many of you are here. I want to thank you for making this fundamental shift from integrated NVLink to disaggregated NVLink, from air-cooled to liquid-cooled, from 60,000 components per computer or so to 600,000 components per rack, 120 kilowatts, fully liquid cooled, and as a result, we have a 1 exaflops computer in one rack. Isn't it incredible? So this is the compute node. This is the compute node, okay? And that now fits in one of these. Now 3,000 pounds, 5,000 cables, about 2 miles worth. Just an incredible electronics. 600,000 parts, I think that's like 20 cars. 20 cars worth of parts, and integrates into one supercomputer. Well, our goal is to do this. Our goal is to do scale up, and this is what it now looks like. We essentially wanted to build this chip. It's just that no reticle limits can do this, no process technology can do this. It's 130 trillion transistors, 20 trillion of it is used for computing. So it's not like you can't reasonably build this anytime soon. And so the way to solve this problem is to disaggregate it, as I've described, into the Grace Blackwell NVLink 72 rack. But as a result, we have done the ultimate scale up. This is the most extreme scale up the world has ever done. The amount of computation that's possible here, the memory bandwidth, 570 terabytes per second. Everything in this machine is now in T's. Everything's a trillion. And you have an exaflops, which is 1,000,000 trillion floating point operations per second. Well, the reason why we wanted to do this is to solve an extreme problem. And that extreme problem, a lot of people misunderstood to be easy. And in fact, it is the ultimate extreme computing problem, and it's called inference. And the reason for that is very simple. Inference is token generation by a factory, and a factory is revenue and profit generating, or lack of. And so this factory has to be built with extreme efficiency, with extreme performance, because everything about this factory directly affects your quality of service, your revenues, and your profitability. Let me show you how to read this chart, because I want to come back to this a few more times. Basically, you have 2 axes. On the x-axis is the tokens per second. Whenever you put a prompt into ChatGPT, what comes out is tokens. Those tokens are reformulated into words. You know, it's more than a token per word, okay? And they'll tokenize things like THE could be used for the, it could be used for them, it could be used for theory, it could be used for theatrics, it could be used for all kinds of, okay? And so THE is an example of a token. They reformulate these tokens to turn into words. Well, we've already established that if you want your AI to be smarter, you want to generate a whole bunch of tokens. Those tokens are reasoning tokens, consistency checking tokens, coming up with a whole bunch of ideas so they can select the best of those ideas tokens. And so those tokens, it might be second guessing itself. It might be, is this the best work you could do? And so it talks to itself just like we talk to ourselves. And so the more tokens you generate, the smarter your AI. But if you take too long to answer a question, the customer's not going to come back. This is no different than web search. There is a real limit to how long it can take before it comes back with a smart answer. And so you have these two dimensions that you're fighting against. You're trying to generate a whole bunch of tokens, but you're trying to do it as quickly as possible. Therefore, your token rate matters. So you want your tokens per second for that one user to be as fast as possible. However, in computer sciences and factories, there's a fundamental tension between latency response time and throughput. And the reason is very simple. If you're in the large, high-volume business, you batch up, it's called batching, you batch up a lot of customer demand, and you manufacture a certain version of it for everybody to consume later. However, from the moment that they batched up and manufacture whatever they did, to the time that you consumed it, could take a long time. So no different for computer science, no different for AI factories that are generating tokens. And so you have these two fundamental tensions. On the one hand, you would like the customer's quality of service to be as good as possible, smart AIs that are super fast. On the other hand, you're trying to get your data center to produce tokens for as many people as possible so you can maximize your revenues. The perfect answer is to the upper right. Ideally, the shape of that curve is a square that you could generate very fast tokens per person up until the limits of the factory, but no factory can do that. And so it's probably some curve, and your goal is to maximize the area under the curve, okay, the product of X and Y, and the further you push out, more likely it means the better of a factory that you're building. Well, it turns out that in tokens per second for the whole factory, tokens per second response time, one of them requires enormous amount of computation, flops, and then the other dimension requires an enormous amount of bandwidth and flops. And so this is a very difficult problem to solve. The good answer is that you should have lots of flops and lots of bandwidth and lots of memory and lots of everything. That's the best answer to start, which is the reason why this is such a great computer. You start with the most flops you can, the most memory you can, the most bandwidth you can, of course, the best architecture you can, the most energy efficiency you can, and you have to have a programming model that allows you to run software across all of this insanely hard so that you could do this. Now let's just take a look at this one demo to give you a tactile feeling of what I'm talking about. Please play it.
Traditional LLMs capture foundational knowledge, while reasoning models help solve complex problems with thinking tokens. Here, a prompt asks to seat people around a wedding table while adhering to constraints like traditions, photogenic angles, and feuding family members. Traditional LLM answers quickly with under 500 tokens. It makes mistakes in seating the guests, while the reasoning model thinks with over 8,000 tokens to come up with the correct answer. It takes a pastor to keep the peace.
I'm gonna hash the answers, JFresh.
Okay. As As all of you know,
What's a
as all of you
thinking
know,
token?
if you have a wedding
That sounds like
party
a
of 300
one-token critique.
and you're trying to find the perfect, well, the optimal seating for everyone, that's a problem that only AI can solve or a mother-in-law can solve. And so that's one of those problems that co-op cannot solve. Okay, so what you see here is that we gave it a problem that requires reasoning, and you saw R1 goes off and it reasons about it, tries all these different scenarios, and it comes back and it tests its own answer. It asks itself whether it did it right. Meanwhile, the last generation language model does a one-shot. So
That was
one
the
shot
demo.
was
Yeah.
439 tokens. It was fast, it was effective, but it was wrong. So it was 439 wasted tokens. On the other hand, in order for you to reason about this problem, and this is just that was actually a very simple problem. You know, you just give it a few more difficult variables, and it becomes very difficult to reason through. And it took 8,000, almost 9,000 tokens. And it took a lot more computation because the model's more complex. Okay, so that's one dimension. Before I show you some results, let me explain something else. So the answer, if you look at Blackwell, you look at the Blackwell system, and it's now the scaled up NVLink 72. The first thing that we have to do is we have to take this model, and this model is not small. It's, you know, in the case of R1, people think R1 is small, but it's 680 billion parameters. Next generation models could be trillions of parameters. And the way that you solve that problem is you take these trillions and trillions of parameters and this model, and you distribute the workload across the whole system of GPUs. You can use tensor parallel. You can take one layer of the model and run it across multiple GPUs. You could take a slice of the pipeline and call that pipeline parallel and put that on multiple GPUs. You could take different experts and put it across different GPUs. We'll call it expert parallel. The combination of pipeline parallelism and tensor parallelism and expert parallelism, the number of combinations is insane. And depending on the model, depending on the workload, depending on the circumstance, how you configure that computer has to change so that you can get the maximum throughput out of it. You also sometimes optimize for very low latency. Sometimes you try to optimize for throughput. And so you have to do some in-flight batching. A lot of different techniques for batching and aggregating work. And so the software, the operating system for these AI factories is insanely complicated. Well, one of the observations, and this is a really terrific thing about having a homogeneous architecture like NVLink 72, is that every single GPU could do all the things that I just described. And we observe that these reasoning models are doing a couple of phases of computing. One of the phases of computing is thinking. When you're thinking, you're not producing a lot of tokens. You're producing tokens that you're maybe consuming yourself. You're thinking. Maybe you're reading. You're digesting information. That information could be a PDF. That information could be a website. You could literally be watching a video, ingesting all of that at super linear rates. And you take all of that information and you then formulate the answer, formulate a plan to answer. And so that digestion of information, context processing, is very flops intensive. On the other hand, during the next phase is called decode. So the first part we call prefill. The next phase of decode requires floating point operations, but it requires an enormous amount of bandwidth. And it's fairly easy to calculate. You know, if you have a model and it's a few trillion parameters, well, it takes a few terabytes per second. Notice I was mentioning 576 terabytes per second. It takes terabytes per second to just pull the model in from HBM memory and to generate literally one token. And the reason it generates one token is because, remember, that these large language models are predicting the next token. That's why they say the next token. It's not predicting every single token, it's predicting the next token. Now we have all kinds of new techniques, speculative decoding, and all kinds of new techniques for doing that faster, but in the final analysis, you're predicting the next token, okay? And so
ingest, pull in the entire model and the context, we call it a KV cache, and then we produce one token. And then we take that one token, we put it back into our brain, we produce the next token. Every single time we do that, we take trillions of parameters in, we produce one token. Trillions of parameters in, produce another token. Trillions of parameters in, produce another token. And notice that demo, we produced 8,600 tokens. So trillions of bytes of information have been taken into our GPUs and produced one token at a time, which is fundamentally the reason why you want NVLink. NVLink gives us the ability to take all of those GPUs and turn them into one massive GPU, the ultimate scale up. And the second thing is that now that everything is on NVLink, I can disaggregate the prefill from the decode, and I could decide I want to use more GPUs for prefill, less for decode, because I'm thinking a lot. It's agentic. I'm reading a lot of information. I'm doing deep research. Notice during deep research, and earlier I was listening to Michael, and Michael was talking about him doing research, and I do the same thing. And we go off and we write these really long research projects for our AI, and I love doing that because I already paid for it. And I just love making our GPUs work, and nothing gives me more joy. So I write up, and then it goes off and it does all this research, and it went off to like 94 different websites, and it read all this, and I'm reading all this information, and it formulates an answer and writes the report. It's incredible. Okay? During that entire time, prefill is super busy, and it's not really generating that many tokens. On the other hand, when you're chatting with the chatbot, and millions of us are doing the same thing, it is very token generation heavy. It's very decode heavy, okay? And so depending on the workload, we might decide to put more GPUs into decode, depending on the workload, put more GPUs into prefill.
There are some 5615 really puts that have kept the market from going up the entirety of the day.
Pipeline parallel, tensor parallel, expert parallel, in-flight batching, disaggregated inferencing, workload management, and then I've got to take this thing called a KV cache, I've got to route it to the right GPU, I've got to manage it through all the memory hierarchies. That piece of software is insanely complicated. And so today we're announcing the Nvidia Dynamo.
There's a big synthetic short for Friday at 5,600 also.
Nvidia Dynamo does all that.
Bot puts at 1525
the
and
operating
50.
system of an AI factory. Whereas in the past, in the way that we ran data centers, our operating system would be something like VMware. And we would orchestrate, and we still do, we're a big user, we orchestrate a whole bunch of different enterprise applications running on top of our enterprise IT. But in the future, the application is not enterprise IT, it's agents. And the operating system is not something like VMware, it's something like Dynamo. And this operating system is running on top of not a data center, but on top of an AI factory. Now we call it Dynamo for a good reason. As you know, the Dynamo was the first instrument that started the last industrial revolution, the industrial revolution of energy. Water comes in, electricity comes out. It's pretty fantastic. Water comes in, you light it on fire, turn it to steam, and what comes out is this invisible thing that's incredibly valuable. It took another 80 years to go to alternate current, but Dynamo is where it all started. Okay, so we decided to call this operating system, this piece of software, insanely complicated software, the Nvidia Dynamo. It's open source, and we're so happy that so many of our partners are working with us on it. And one of my favorite partners, I just love them so much because of the revolutionary work that they do, and also because Aravin's such a great guy. But Perplexity is a great partner of ours in working through this. Okay, so anyhow, really, really great. Okay, so now we're going to have to wait until we scale up all these infrastructure, but in the meantime, we've done a whole bunch of very in-depth simulation. We have supercomputers doing simulation of our supercomputers, which makes sense. And I'm now going to show you the benefit of everything that I've just said. And remember the factory diagram. On the x-axis is tokens per second throughput, in the y-axis, tokens per second throughput of the factory, and the x-axis, tokens per second of the user experience. And you want super smart AIs, and you want to produce a whole bunch of them. This is Hopper. Okay, so this is Hopper, and it can produce for one user, for each user, about 100 tokens per second. This is 8 GPUs, and it's connected with InfiniBand, and I'm normalizing it to tokens per second per megawatt. So it's a 1 megawatt data center, which is not a very large AI factory, but anyhow, 1 megawatt, okay? And so it can produce for each user 100 tokens per second, and it can produce at this level, whatever that happens to be, 100,000 tokens per second for that 1 megawatt data center. Or it can produce about 2.5 million tokens per second, 2.5 million tokens per second for that AI factory if it was super batched up and the customer is willing to wait a very long time. Okay, does that make sense? All right, so nod. All right, because this is where, you know, every GTC, there's the price for entry, you guys know, and it's like you get tortured with math, okay? This is the only at Nvidia do you get tortured with math. All right, so Hopper, you get 2.5. Now, what's that 2.5 million? How do you translate that? 2.5 million. Remember, ChatGPT is like $10 per million tokens, right? $10 per million tokens. Let's pretend for a second that's. I think the $10 per million tokens is probably down here. Okay, I'd probably say it's down here, but let me pretend it's up there, because 2.5 million, 10, so $25 million per second. Does that make sense? That's how you think through it. Or on the other hand, if it's way down here, then the question is,
if they can get past 5620 goon time, yeah.
Okay, $250,000.
It's a big inflection point. It's not even 20. Really, it's
31 million.
It's like they need to get above 25 because they need 20 to be supportive.
That 1 million, that 1 megawatt.
Like we need to get the delta.
On the one hand, you would like your token rate
positive
to be
delta,
as fast as possible, so that you can make really smart AIs. And if you have smart AIs, people pay you more money for it.
Out above 20.
On the other hand, the smarter the AI, the
just
less
testing
you can
20 is not enough.
In volume. Very sensible trade-off. And this is the curve we're trying to bend. Now, what I'm just showing you right now is the fastest computer in the world.
I would even go so far as to say, like, upside's not really confirmed unless we get out above 40. But things are a lot better above 20.
Blackwell with NVLink 8. Same Blackwell, that one same compute, and that one compute node with NVLink 8 using FP8. And so Blackwell is just faster. Faster, bigger, more transistors, more everything. But we like to do more than that, and so we introduce a new precision. It's not quite as simple as 4-bit floating point, but using 4-bit floating point, we can quantize the model, use less energy to do the same. And as a result, when you use less energy to do the same, you could do more. Because remember, one big idea is that every single data center in the future will be power limited. Your revenues are power limited. You could figure out what your revenues are going to be based on the power you have to work with. This is no different than, like many other industries. And so we are now a power limited industry. Our revenues will associate with that. Well, based on that, you want to make sure you have
big vol short on this though.
Compute
like one of the bigger pushes down all day.
Then
a lot of gaps getting left to the downside though, which isn't great.
Does that make sense? Look at the difference between that NVLink 72 FP4, and then because our architecture is so tightly integrated And now we add Dynamo to it. Dynamo can extend that even further. Are you following me? So Dynamo also helps Hopper, but Dynamo helps Blackwell incredibly. Now, yep. Only at GTC do you get an applause for that. And so now notice what I put, those two shiny parts, that's kind of where your max Q is. You know, that's likely where you'll run your factory operations. You're trying to find that balance between maximum throughput and maximum quality of AI. Smartest AI, the most of it. Those two, that XY intercept is really what you're optimizing for. And that's what it looks like if you look underneath those two squares. Blackwell is way, way better than Hopper. And remember, this is not ISO chips. This is ISO power. This is ultimate Moore's Law. This is what Moore's Law was always about in the past. And now here we are, 25x in one generation. As
all right, bulls need to lever up here.
This is not ISO chips, it's not ISO transistors, it's not ISO anything. ISO power, the ultimate limiter. There's only so much energy we can get into a data center. And so within ISO power, Blackwell is 25 times. Now here's that rainbow. That's incredible. That's the fun part. Look, all the different underneath the Pareto, the frontier Pareto, we call it the frontier Pareto, under the frontier Pareto are millions of points we could have configured.
It's just making up words.
We could have parallelized and split the work and sharded the work in a whole lot of different ways. And we found the most optimal answer, which is the Pareto, the frontier Pareto, okay, the Pareto frontier. And each one of them, because of the color, shows you it's a different configuration. Which is the reason why this image says very, very clearly you want a programmable architecture that is as homogeneously fungible as possible.
What's Pareto?
The workload changes so dramatically.
It's like an Italian economic principle.
Look, we got on the top, expert parallel.
That's like the 80-20 rule.
3000, disaggregation off, Dynamo off. In the middle, expert parallel 64 with the 26% of.
Ah, Jesus.
26% is used for context, so Dynamo is turned on, 26% context, the other 74% is not. Batch of 64, and expert parallel of 64 on one, expert parallel 4 on the other. And then down here, all the way to the bottom, you got tensor parallel 16 with expert parallel 4, batch of 2, 1% context. The configuration of the computer is changing across that entire spectrum. And then this is what happens. So this is
20% of the Blackwells you buy will do kind of 80% of the work. Is that the inference?
That you can benchmark relatively easily. The input is 1,000 tokens. The output is 2,000. Notice earlier, we just showed you a demo where the output is very simply 9,000, right? 8,000, okay? And so obviously this is not representative of just that one chat. Now this one is more representative, and this is what, the goal is to build these next generation computers for next generation workloads. And so here's an example of a reasoning model. And in a reasoning model,
bulls are levering up at resistance a little.
40 times the performance of Hopper. Straight up.
If we start to push above here, IV will start to fall more rapidly.
I've said before, somebody actually asked, why would I say that? But I said before that when Blackwell
BOJ's not going to, I don't think BOJ is going to surprise anybody after retracting the potential for a rate cut.
And this makes sense. If you're still looking to buy a Hopper, don't be afraid. It's okay. But I'm the chief revenue destroyer. My sales guys are going, oh no, don't say that. There are circumstances where Hopper is fine.
Literally red candle on fucking QQQ.
That's the best thing I could say about Hopper. There are circumstances where you're fine.
He did just call himself the chief revenue destroyer. It's the only thing the market's understood in the last hour and a half.
So that's kind of my point. When the technology is moving this fast, and because the workload is so intense, and you're building these things, they're factories. We really like you to invest in the right versions. Okay, just to put it in perspective, this is what a 100 megawatt factory looks like. This is a 100 megawatt factory. You have, based on hoppers, you have 45,000 dies, 1,400 racks, and it produces 300 million tokens per second. Okay, and then this is what it looks like with Blackwell. You have 86. Yeah, I know.
Did you ever see what these factories do? They make AI. And tokens.
That doesn't make any sense. Okay, so we're not trying to sell you less. Okay, our sales guys are going, Jensen, you're selling them less. This is better. Okay, and so anyways, the more you buy, the more you save. It's even better than that. Now, the more you buy, the more you make. You know? And so,
wait.
So anyhow,
are Blackwells on sale now?
Everything is in the context. Everything is now in the context of AI factories. And
did you just announce a sale?
Talk about the chips. You always start from scale up.
See, this is why Gamma Strike doesn't do sales.
Scale up, the full scale up. What can you scale up to the maximum? I want to show you now what an AI factory looks like. But AI factories are so complicated. I just gave you an example of one rack. It has 600,000
no sales. Exactly. If you have a quality product, you never put it on sale. And you definitely don't give people a bulk discount. Ew.
Build what we call the digital twin of every data center. Before you build a data center, you have to build a digital twin. Let's take a look at this. This is just
kicked off Discord? What the fuck? All right, I'm back. That was weird.
The world is racing to build state-of-the-art, large-scale AI factories. Bringing up an AI gigafactory is an extraordinary feat of engineering, requiring tens of thousands
dare you
of
attack
workers,
Tim Apple like that?
Architects, contractors, and engineers to build, ship, and assemble nearly 5 billion components and over 200,000 miles of fiber.
Ooh, is SMCI gonna run?
From the Earth to the Moon. The NVIDIA Omniverse blueprint for AI factory digital twins enables us to design and optimize these AI factories long before physical construction starts. Here, NVIDIA engineers
Gamma Strike hire me as chief revenue destroyer. You can't replace JFresh like that.
Of the latest NVIDIA DGX SuperPods and advanced power and cooling systems from Vertiv and Schneider Electric. And optimized topology from NVIDIA Air, a framework.
Is this Jensen's buckle up moment?
Layout and protocols. This work is traditionally done in silos. The Omniverse blueprint lets our engineering teams work in parallel and collaboratively, letting us explore various configurations to maximizing TCO and power usage effectiveness. NVIDIA uses Cadence Reality Digital Twin, accelerated by CUDA and Omniverse libraries, to simulate air and liquid cooling systems. And Schneider Electric with ETAP, an application to simulate power block efficiency and reliability. Real-time simulation lets us iterate and run large-scale what-if scenarios in seconds versus hours. We use the digital twin to communicate instructions to the large body of teams and suppliers, reducing execution errors and accelerating time to bring up. And when planning for retrofits or upgrades, we can easily test and simulate cost and downtime, ensuring a future-proof AI factory.
How fucking long is this shit?
This is the first time anybody who builds data centers says, oh, that's so beautiful. All right, I got a race here because turns out I got a lot to tell you. And so if I go a little too fast, it's not because I don't care about you, it's just I got a lot of information to go through. All right, so first, our roadmap.
He doesn't care. I know, that's my line.
Production of Blackwell. computer companies all over the world are ramping these incredible machines at scale. And I'm just so pleased and so grateful that all of you worked hard on transitioning into this new architecture. And now, in the second half of this year, we'll easily transition into the upgrade. So we have the Blackwell Ultra NVLink 72. It's 1.5 times more flops. It's got a new instruction for attention. It's 1.5 times more memory. All that memory is useful for things like KV cache. It's 2 times more bandwidth, okay, for networking bandwidth. And so now that we have the same architecture, we'll just kind of gracefully glide into that, and that's called Blackwell Ultra, okay? So that's coming second half of this year. Now, there's a reason why this is the only product announcement in any company where everybody's going, yeah, next. Yeah. And in fact, that's exactly the response I was hoping to get. And here's why. Look, we're building AI factories and AI infrastructure. It's going to take years of planning. This isn't like buying a laptop. This isn't discretionary spend. This is spend that we have to go plan on. And so we have to plan on having, of course, the land and the power, and we have to get our CapEx ready, and we get engineering teams, and we have to lay it out a couple, 2-3 years in advance, which is the reason why I show you our.
What if at the end of this he's just a hologram and the person speaking was a Jensen digital AI twin? Yeah, people have said that at literally every speech for the last 2 years.
I'll show you an example in a second. And so
it's always just Jensen.
The next click, 1 year out, is named after an astronomer, and her grandkids are here. Her name is Vera Rubin. She discovered dark matter. Okay, yep. Vera Rubin is incredible because the CPU is new. It's twice the performance of Grace, and more memory, more bandwidth, and yet just a little tiny 50-watt CPU is really quite incredible. Okay, and Rubin, brand new GPU, CX9, brand new networking smart NIC, NVLink 6, brand new NVLink, brand new memories, HBM4. Basically, everything is brand new except for the chassis. And this way, we could take a whole lot of risk in one direction and not risk a whole bunch of other things related to the infrastructure. And so Vera Rubin, NVLink 144, is the second half of next year. Now, one of the things that I made a mistake on, and so I just need you to make this pivot. We're going to do this one time. Blackwell is really 2 GPUs in one Blackwell chip. We call that one chip a GPU, and that was wrong. And the reason for that is it screws up all the NVLink nomenclature and things like that. So going forward, without going back to Blackwell to fix it, going forward, when I say NVLink 144, it just means that it's connected to 144 GPUs. And each one of those GPUs is a GPU die, and it could be assembled.
Dark matter, a massive entity that stands to change the way we perceive the world, but we don't know what it is, how to create it, or how to do anything useful with it. Perfect analogy for AI.
So very Rubin, NVLink 144. And then this now sets the stage for the second half of the year, the following year, we call Rubin Ultra. Okay, so Vera Rubin Ultra. I know. This where you go. All right, so this is Vera Rubin, Rubin Ultra, second half of 27. It's NVLink 576, extreme scale up. Each rack is 600 kilowatts, 2.5 million parts, okay? And obviously a whole lot of GPUs. And everything is X factor more. So 14 times more flops, 15 exaflops. Instead of 1 exaflop, as I mentioned earlier, is now 15 exaflops, scaled up exaflops, okay? And it's 4.6 petabytes, so 4,600 terabytes per second scale up bandwidth. I don't mean aggregate, I mean scale up bandwidth. And of course, a brand new NVLink switch and CX9, okay? And so notice 16 sites, 4 GPUs,
5620 is the strongest resistance in
extremely large
SPX history.
Just put that in perspective. This is what it looks like, okay? Now this is
600 kilowatts is insane. I cannot stress how insane that is. We'll just put nuclear reactors in the data
I
centers.
don't mean to.
That's great for me
look like a
being long
laptop. Here we
uranium.
go. Okay, so this is what Grace Blackwell looks like, and this is what Rubin looks like. ISO dimension.
I've just been
And so
cooling
this is
it.
another way of saying, before you scale out, you have to scale up. Does that make sense? Before you scale out, you scale up. And then after that, you scale out with amazing technology that I'll show you in just a second. All right, so first you scale up, and then now that gives you a sense of the pace at which we're moving. This is the amount of scale up flops. This is scale up flops. Hopper is 1x, Blackwell is 68x, Rubin is 900x. Scale up flops. And then if I turn it into essentially your TCO, which is power on top, power per, and the underneath is the area underneath the curve that I was talking to you about, the square underneath the curve, which is basically flops times bandwidth, okay? So the way you think about a very easy gut check on whether your AI factories are making progress is watts divided by those numbers. And you can see that Rubin is going to drive the cost down tremendously. Okay, so that's very quickly NVIDIA's roadmap. Once a year like clock ticks, once a year. Okay, how do we scale up? Well, we were preparing to scale out. That was scale up, was NVLink. Our scale out network is InfiniBand and Spectrum-X. Most were quite surprised that we came into the Ethernet world. And the reason why we decided to do Ethernet is if we could help Ethernet become like InfiniBand, have the qualities of InfiniBand, then the network itself would be a lot easier for everybody to use and manage. And so we decided to invest in Spectrum. We call it Spectrum-X, and we brought to it the properties of congestion
They're gonna break out or what?
And
very
low latency and amount
Look
of
at him
software
clock
that's
ticks
part of
once
our
a year.
computing fabric. And as a result, we made Spectrum-X incredibly high performant. We scaled up the largest single GPU cluster ever as one giant cluster with Spectrum-X, right? And that was Colossus. And so there are many other examples of it. Spectrum-X is unquestionably a huge home run for us. One of the areas that I'm very excited about is the largest enterprise networking company to take Spectrum-X and integrate it into their product line so that they could help the world's enterprises become AI companies.
I can't wait till all these chips are sold below cost so I can run some awesome simulations.
With CX8
We'll buy some. Let's do it.
CX7. Now CX8's coming, CX9's coming.
They're
And
on
during
sale
Rubin's
if you
timeframe,
buy
we would
more.
like to scale out the number of GPUs to many hundreds of thousands. Now,
Which
the
one is
challenge
one
with
of our
scaling
sites
up
can
GPUs
power
to
a
many
town
hundreds of
or a
thousands
few of those
is the
AI
connection
token machines?
of the scale out. On this connection on scale up is copper.
This is why we
should
need
use
coal.
copper as far as we can, and that's, call it a meter or two.
We need to burn coal so
And
AI
that's
can solve global
incredibly good
warming.
connectivity, very high reliability, very good energy efficiency, very low cost. And so we use copper as much as we can on scale up, but on scale out, where the data centers are now the size of the stadium, we're going to need something much long distance running. And that's just where silicon photonics comes
It's the perfect race against
the
the
challenge
clock.
of silicon photonics has been that the transceivers consume a lot of energy. To go from electrical to photonic has to go through a SerDes, go through a transceiver and a SerDes, several SerDes. And so each one of these.
Is Discord muted? No.
Am I alone? Is anybody?
No, it's working.
What happened to my my networking guys? Can I have this up here? Yeah, let's bring it up so I can show people what I'm talking about. Okay, so first of all, we're announcing NVIDIA's first co-packaged option silicon photonic system. It is the world's first 1.6 terabit per second CPO. It is based on a technology called micro-ring resonator modulator, and it is completely built with this incredible process technology at TSMC that we've been working with for some time. And we partnered with just a giant ecosystem of technology providers to invent what I'm about to show you. This is really crazy technology, crazy technology. Now, the reason why we decided to invest in MRM is so that we could prepare ourselves using MRM's incredible density and power, better density and power compared to Moxander, which is used for telecommunications when you drive from one data center to another data center in telecommunications, or even in the transceivers that we use Moxander, because the density requirement is not very high until now. And so if you look at these transceivers, this is an example of a transceiver. They did a very good job tangling this up for me. Oh, wow.
God, imagine being the CEO of a $1 trillion corporation and they just hand you a bunch of tangled cables.
Oh, God. Okay.
This is AI.
This is where you got to turn reasoning on.
Oh my God, he untangled cables. Invest.
Squirrely little things.
Quick.
All right, so this one right here, this is 30 watts, just so keep you remember, this is 30 watts. And if you buy it in high volume, it's $1,000. This is a plug. On this side is electrical. On this side is optical. Okay, so optics come in through the yellow. You plug this into a switch. It's electrical on this side. There's transceivers, lasers, and it's a technology called Moxander.
Told you guys he was gonna fucking say lasers.
So we use this to go from the GPU to the switch to the next switch.
So they go from electrical signal
and the next switch down to the GPU.
And slow down to light signal to electrical signal.
We would have 100,000 of this side, and then another.
Same like two things soldered together,
which connects the switch to the switch, and then on the
we
other
can't
side,
even sell this thing
to the other NIC.
We go really fast for 3 feet. Yeah, then slow down again.
Switches, and so each GPU, every GPU, 250.
No, Nuke, you don't understand. These are lasers.
Transceivers.
They're photons.
Every GPU would have 6 of these plugs, and these 6 plugs.
They're not constrained by the theory of relativity.
180 watts per GPU and $6,000 per GPU. Okay? And so the question is, how do we scale up now to millions of GPUs?
Where do I get them?
Because
Harbor
if you have
Freight.
a million GPUs multiplied by 6, right? It would be 6 million transceivers times 30 watts, 180 megawatts of transceivers. They didn't do any math, they just moved signals around. And so the question is, how could we afford, and as I mentioned earlier, energy is our most important commodity. Everything is related ultimately to energy. So this is going to limit our revenues, our customers' revenues.
Harbor Freight patch cables is just some Oompa Loompa with an abacus on either side of the cable. Don't talk about our president that way.
MRM micro mirror, and this is what it looks like. There's a little waveguide. You see that on that waveguide goes to a ring. That ring resonates, and it controls the amount of reflectivity of the waveguide as it goes around, and limits and modulates the energy, the amount of light that goes through, and it shuts it off.
Wait, are they vibrating a laser?
Okay, it turns the light.
Is that a laser vibrator?
Laser beam into ones and zeros, and that's the miracle. And that technology is then That photonic IC is stacked with the electronic IC.
I've never felt more
stacked with a
cynical
bunch
in
of
my life.
micro lenses, which is stacked with this thing called fiber array. These things are all manufactured using this technology at TSMC called, they call it COOP, and packaged using a 3D CoWoS technology, working with all of these technology providers, a whole bunch of them, the names I just showed you earlier.
Yeah, that's what it sounds
and
like.
it turns it into this incredible machine. So let's take a look at the video of it.
Is that the sound of JFresh's head exploding? Hold on, we gotta watch this video about plugging a cable in. You guys ready for this shit? Fucking groundbreaking technology. There's a standard microprocessing unit, but wait, it's liquid cooled. Those are chips. Oh, that was bullish. The market really liked that one. Copper, mirrors, lasers, where do I sign? Jesus Christ, that tested 24 saw so much profit taking.
Just a technology marvel.
Was everyone just long the market all day?
Switches, our InfiniBand switch, the silicon is working fantastically. Second half of this year, we will ship the silicon photonics switch in the second half of this year. In the second half of next year, we'll ship the Spectrum X. Because of the MRM choice, because of the incredible technology risks that over the last 5 years that we did, and filed hundreds of patents, and we've licensed it to our partners so that we can all build them. Now, we're in a position to put silicon photonics with co-package options.
Oh man, look at that shift in fucking IV at 40.
Direct fiber into our switches with a radix of 512. This is the 512 ports. This would just simply not be possible any other way. And so this now set us up to be able to scale up to these multi-100,000 GPUs and multi-million GPUs. And the benefit, just so you imagine this, it's incredible. In a data center, we could save tens of megawatts. Let's say 10 megawatts, well, let's say 60 megawatts. 6 megawatts is 10 Rubin Ultra racks. 6 megawatts is 10 Rubin Ultra racks, right? And 60, that's a lot. 100 Rubin Ultra racks of power.
Ooh, out of the money calls are closing. Sold calls.
Right, so this is our roadmap once a year, an architecture every 2 years, a new product line every single year, X factors up, and we try to take silicon risk or networking risk or system chassis risk.
30 and 40 are both important also.
So that we can move the industry.
But we got a little bit of Delta support here.
Incredible technology. Vera Rubin, and I really appreciate the
a little bit of a fall off in Delta above 30.
To recognize her and to
but
honor her for
Gamma
the
stays
work
pretty
that she
high
did.
out to
Our
50.
Next generation will be named after Feynman.
Have to get over 30 though, so breakout 32. Next breakout would be like 32.
Okay, NVIDIA's roadmap. Let me talk to you about enterprise computing. This is really important. In order for us to bring AI to the world's enterprise, first we have to go to a different part of NVIDIA. The beauty of Gaussian splats. Okay, in order for us to take AI to enterprise, take a step back for a second and remind yourself this. Remember, AI and machine learning has reinvented the entire computing stack. The processor is different, the operating system is different, the applications on top are different. The way the applications are different, the way you orchestrate it are different, and the way you run them are different. Let me give you one example. The way you access data will be fundamentally different than the past. Instead of retrieving precisely the data that you want and you read it to try to understand it, in the future, we will do what we do with Perplexity. Instead of doing retrieval that way, I'll just ask Perplexity what I want. Ask it a question, and it will tell you the answer. This is the way enterprise IT will work in the future as well. We'll have AI agents, which are part of our digital workforce. There's 1 billion knowledge workers in the world. There are probably going to be 10 billion digital workers working with us side by side. 100% of software engineers in the future,
left a lot of little gaps to the downside.
100% of them are going to be AI assisted.
15 and 10 both have gaps.
100% of Nvidia software engineers will be AI assisted by the end of this year. And so AI agents will be everywhere. How they run, what enterprises run, and how we run it will be fundamentally different. And so we need a new line of computers. And this
Trump working quickly to have full ceasefire in Ukraine. Many elements of a contract for peace were discussed. The process is now in full force and effect and will hopefully, for the sake of humanity, get the job done. Is this dead? They took out Jensen for not attending the inauguration.
Will be fundamentally different. And so we need a new line of computers. And this
Does he know his live stream shit the bed? Feels good that I'm a better streamer than Nvidia. They told me it couldn't be done, yet here I am. The AI in attempting to replicate the power harnessed from 600 kilowatts created so much real, actual energy that it blew itself up. Butterfly. I don't know what you're talking about, Harry. The stream has 100% uptime, besides Windows updates. Oh, maybe they had a Windows update. T-minus 60 minutes. I'm rooting for you, Nuke. And I'm really glad that they waited till the end of the day. How is Trump going to make Ukraine ceasefire bearish? He's going to announce tariffs on Ukraine tomorrow. I still can't pay the power bill. I'm over here exporting 15x gigaflops. Judicial GS during our public execution? Yeah. This is what you've paid me to build the last year.
This is what a PC should look like. 20 petaflops.
Ah, we missed the funny joke.
72 CPU cores, chip-to-chip interface, HBM memory, and just in case, some PCI Express slots for your GeForce. Okay, so this is called DGX Station. DGX Spark and DGX Station are going to be available by all of the OEMs. HP, Dell, Lenovo, Asus. It's going to be manufactured for data scientists and researchers all over the world. This is the computer of the age of AI. This is what computers should look like. And this is what computers will
That's just a motherboard.
And we have a whole lineup.
I have one of those already.
From little tiny one to workstation ones, the server ones to supercomputer ones, and these will be available by all of our partners. We will also
He did call it Asus.
revolutionize the rest of the computing stack.
What do you expect from a guy who named his company Nvidia while spelling it Nvidia?
There's networking, as I mentioned earlier, Spectrum X going to the world's enterprise, an AI network, and then third is storage. Storage has to be completely reinvented. Rather than a retrieval-based storage system, it's going to be a
Nvidia announces first step motherboard.
Semantics-based storage system. And so the storage system has to be continuously embedding information in the background, taking raw data, embedding it into knowledge, and then later when you access it, you don't retrieve it, you just talk to it. You ask it questions, you give it problems. And one of the examples, I wish we had a video of it, but Aaron at Box even put one up in the cloud, worked with us to put it up in the cloud. And it's basically
is that one gap filled to the downside now?
Storage system.
Yep.
And in the future, you're going to have something like that in every single enterprise. That is the enterprise storage of the future. And we're working with the entire storage industry, really fantastic partners, DDN and Dell and HP Enterprise and Hitachi and IBM and NetApp and Nutanix and Pure Storage and Vast and Weka. Basically, the entire world storage industry will be offering this stack. For the very first time, your storage system will be GPU accelerated. And so somebody thought I didn't have enough slides. And so Michael thought I didn't have enough slides. So he said, Jensen, just in case you don't have enough slides, can I just put this in there? And so this is Michael's slides. But he sent this to me. He goes, just in case you don't have any slides. And I got too many slides. But this is such a great slide. And let me tell you why. In one single slide, he's explaining that Dell is going to be offering a whole line of NVIDIA enterprise IT AI infrastructure systems and all the software that runs on top of it. Okay, so you can see that we're in the process of revolutionizing the world's enterprise. We're also announcing today this incredible model that everybody can run. And so I showed you earlier R1, a reasoning model. I showed you versus Llama 3, a non-reasoning model. And obviously R1 is much smarter. But we can do it even better than that. And we can make it possible to be enterprise ready for any company. And it's now completely open source. It's part of our system we call NIMS. And you can download it. You can run it anywhere. You can run it on DGX Spark. You can run it on DGX Station. You can run it on any of the servers that the OEMs make. You can run it in the cloud. You can integrate it into any of your agentic AI frameworks. And we're working with companies all over the world, and I'm going to flip through these, so watch very carefully. I've got some great partners in the audience I want to recognize. Accenture, Julie Sweet and her team are building their AI factory and their AI framework. Amdocs, the world's largest telecommunications software company. AT&T, John Stankey and his team building an AT&T AI system, agentic system. Larry Fink and BlackRock team building theirs. Annie Rood. In the future, not only will we hire ASIC designers, we're going to hire a whole bunch of digital ASIC designers from Anirudh Cadence that will help us design our chips. And so Cadence is building their AI framework. And as you can see, in every single one of them, there's NVIDIA models, NVIDIA NIMs, NVIDIA libraries integrated throughout so that you can run it on-prem, in the cloud, any cloud. Capital One, one of the most advanced financial services companies in using technology, has NVIDIA all over it. Deloitte, Jason and his team, EY, Janet and his team, NASDAQ, and Adina and her team, integrating NVIDIA technology into their AI frameworks, and then Christian and his team at SAP, Bill McDermott and his team at ServiceNow. That was pretty good, huh?
Yes, breaking back above.
First, this is one of those keynotes where the first slide took 30 minutes.
56.73 now.
And then all the other slides took 30 minutes. All right, so next, let's go somewhere else. Let's go talk about robotics, shall we? Let's talk about robots. Well, the time has come.
Sex robots? Say it.
For robots.
SPX
Robots
7000.
have the benefit of being able to interact with the physical world and do things that otherwise digital information cannot. We know very clearly that the world has severe shortage of human laborers, human workers. By the end of this decade, the world is going to be at least 50 million workers short. We'd be more than delighted to pay them each $50,000 to come to work. We're probably going to have to pay robots $50,000 a year to come to work. And so this is going to be a very, very large industry. There are all kinds of robotic systems. Your infrastructure will be robotic. Billions of cameras in warehouses and factories, 10, 20 million factories around the world. Every car is already a robot, as I mentioned earlier, and then now we're building general robots. Let me show you how we're doing that.
Everything that moves will be autonomous. Physical AI will embody robots of every kind, in every industry. 3 computers built by NVIDIA enable a continuous loop of robot AI simulation, training, testing, and real-world experience. Training
robots are
requires
bearish?
huge volumes
What the
of
fuck?
data. Internet-scale data provides common sense and reasoning, but robots need action and control data, which is expensive to capture. With blueprints built on NVIDIA Omniverse and Cosmos, developers can generate massive amounts of diverse, synthetic data for training robot policies. First, in Omniverse, developers aggregate real-world sensor or demonstration data according to their different domains, robots, and tasks. Then use Omniverse to condition Cosmos, multiplying the original captures into large volumes of photoreal, diverse data. Developers use Isaac Lab to post-train the robot policies with the augmented dataset. And let the robots learn new skills by cloning behaviors through imitation learning, or through trial and error, with reinforcement learning AI feedback. Practicing in a lab is different than the real world. New policies need to be field tested. Developers use Omniverse for software and hardware-in-the-loop testing, simulating the policies in a digital twin with real-world environmental dynamics.
You're gonna go a little lower to fill the downside gap.
Physics feedback, and high-fidelity sensor simulation. Real-world operations require multiple robots to work together. Mega, an Omniverse blueprint, lets developers test fleets of post-trained policies at scale. Here, Foxconn tests heterogeneous robots in a virtual NVIDIA Blackwell production facility. As the robot brains execute their missions, they perceive the results of their actions through sensor simulation, then plan their next action.
What do humans do? Nothing. We don't need those
robot
anymore.
Policies, enabling the robots to work as a system, whether for spatial reasoning, navigation, mobility, or dexterity. Amazing things are born in simulation. Today, we're introducing NVIDIA Isaac GR00T N1. GR00T N1 is a generalist foundation model for humanoid robots. It's built on the foundations of synthetic data generation and learning in simulation. GR00T N1 features a dual system architecture for thinking fast and slow, inspired by principles of human cognitive processing. The slow thinking system lets the robot perceive and reason about its environment and instructions. And
wait, how do you fit one of the racks
into
the robot?
The fast thinking system translates the plan into precise and continuous robot actions.
Oh fuck! Did you guys see that robot put an object in a box?
Manipulate common objects with ease and execute multi-step sequences.
Two robots, one to hand the item to the other robot,
synthetic data generation,
one to take it back apart and put it into two boxes.
Developers can post-train GR00T and 1
oh fuck! He
across
poured
multiple embodiments and tasks across many environments. Around the world, in every industry,
take my 50 grand.
Developers are using Nvidia's 3 computers to build the next
I don't see any
of embodied AI.
Where do the robots get penetrated? Is it like behind the hard hat?
Physical AI.
Here's the special hole. Where do we plug that cable into?
Everybody pay attention to this space. This could very well likely be the largest industry of all. At its core, we have the same challenges. As I mentioned before, there are 3 that we focus on. They are rather systematic. 1, how do you solve the data problem? How, where do you create the data necessary to train the AI? 2, what's the model architecture? And then 3, what's the scaling laws? How can we scale?
Make it bigger.
Data, the compute, or both, so that we can make. How do we scale? And those fundamental problems exist in robotics as well. In robotics, we created a system called Omniverse. It's our operating system for physical AIs. You've heard me talk about Omniverse for a long time. We added 2 technologies to it. Today I'm going to show you 2 things.
Fucking Christ.
One of them is so that we could scale AI with generative capabilities. A generative model that understands the physical world. We call it Cosmos.
Demand's still shifting to the upside.
To condition Cosmos, and using Cosmos to generate an infinite number of environments allows us to create data that is grounded, controlled by us, and yet be systematically infinite at the same time. Okay, so you see Omniverse, we use candy colors to give you an example of us controlling the robot in the scenario perfectly, and yet Cosmos can create all these virtual environments. The second thing, just as we were talking about earlier, one of the incredible scaling capabilities of language models today is reinforcement learning, verifiable rewards. The question is, what's the verifiable rewards in robotics? And as we know very well, is the laws of physics. Verifiable physics rewards. And so we need an incredible physics engine. Well, most physics engines have been designed for a variety of reasons. They could be designed because we want to use it for large machineries, or maybe we design.
I don't know. We still have a downside gap we need to fill. So,
but we need a physics engine that is designed for very fine-grained, rigid and soft bodies, designed for being able to train tactile feedback.
Still not really. Still higher lows.
Skills and actuator controls. We need it to be GPU accelerated so that these virtual worlds could live in super linear time, super real time, and train these AI models incredibly fast. And we need it to be integrated harmoniously into a framework that is used by roboticists all over the world, Mujoko. And so today we're announcing something really, really special. It is a partnership of 3 companies, DeepMind, Disney Research, and Nvidia, and we call it Newton. Let's take a look at Newton.
Is this Wally? Oh my god, it's upgraded Wally. Chicken bot. Don's probably getting so horny right now.
Thank you. All right, let's start that over, shall we? Let's not ruin it for them. Hang on a second. Somebody talk to me. I need feedback. What happened? I just need a human to talk to. Come on, that's a good joke. Give me a human to talk to. Janine, I know it's not your fault, but talk to me. We just got 2 minutes left.
I'm right here. They're re-racking it.
They're re-racking it? I don't even know what that means. Okay.
I don't even know what that means. Man just spent fucking 6 hours talking about racks. Oh my god,
Tell
did they
me
crush?
That wasn't amazing.
Did they crush one of the tiny robots under the stage?
How are you doing? How do you like your new physics engine? You like it, huh? Yeah, I bet. I know.
Kick him.
Tactile feedback, rigid body, soft body, simulation, super real time. Can you imagine just now what you were looking at is complete real-time simulation? This is how we're going to train robots in the future. Just so you know, Blue has 2 computers, 2 NVIDIA
I thought his name was
inside.
Newton.
Look how smart you are.
He's not doing. He's just
Yes,
walking.
You're smart. Okay. All right. Hey, Blue, listen.
Why isn't the
How about let's
SPX
take
at
'em home?
6,000
Let's
right now?
finish this
People love
keynote.
this shit.
It's lunchtime. Are you ready? Let's finish it up. We have another announcement. You're good. You're good. Just stand right here. Stand right here. Stand right here. All right, good. Right there.
The robot doesn't listen.
All right, stand. Okay, we have another amazing news. I told you the progress of our robotics has been making enormous progress. And today we're announcing that Groot N1 is open sourced.
That's not good for the stock.
I want to thank all of you to come let's wrap up. I want to thank all of you for coming to GTC. We talked about several things. One, Blackwell is in full production, and the ramp is incredible. Customer demand is incredible, and for good reason, because there's an inflection point in AI. The amount of computation we have to do in AI is so much greater as a result of reasoning AI and the training of reasoning AI systems and agentic systems. Second, Blackwell NVLink 72 with Dynamo is 40 times the performance, AI factory performance of Hopper. And inference is going to be one of the most important workloads in the next decade as we scale out AI. Third, we have an annual rhythm of roadmaps that has been laid out for you so that you could plan your AI infrastructure. And then we have 3 AI infrastructures we're building. AI infrastructure for the cloud, AI infrastructure for enterprise, and AI infrastructure for robots.
Did somebody just short vol already?
We have one
Jesus
more
Christ.
treat for you. Play it.
There we go. Where's the robot? Why would you want a car in your living room? Are these the manufacturing jobs that are getting onshored? Yes. So you can drive to the fridge.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you for all the partners that made this video possible. Thank you, everybody that made this video possible. Have a great G.
Oh, Jesus. Is it bearish that it's over? Or... We need to hold above 20. Yeah. Bulls really need 50 back. It's problematic. Oops, slipping 20 again. If we fill the downside gap, do we stay down here through end of day? Possibly. Yeah, I don't think filling the downside gap would be particularly good. It's not bad, but it'd be a really big struggle to get price back up to 20 again. Could they get 50? Yeah, they could. It's not that. I don't think it's that unrealistic. It's really, it's not easy, but it's not impossible. I mean, they have to get above 30 to do it, so, I mean, it's not really something that needs to be brought into consideration here when they're struggling, actually, to hold on to 20 and 25. You see where, like, the bigger drop-offs in IV come, you know, this from, like, 30 up? That's huge for them. And Delta, there's plenty of Delta. It's not dead. There's not a lot of dead spots. Maybe like 35 is a little tough, but... And there's more than enough gamma. So yeah, I think 50 would be possible. Far more likely to just close at 15 though. I had 30 Cs the entire day. Sadly, I don't have them now, so we should pump. Fantastic. QQQ failed VWAP again. Oof, rough. Yeah, it has to get over 30 for it to For it to get to 50, they would have to break through their resistance at 30. It's like I wouldn't bet on 50 unless we were well above 30. But that sell-off's not great. Thought I realized vol crush today though. So that should be kind of nice. Is there some news there? If we came into 100 million, would you ever consider selling vol to push the market in a situation like this? It's a dumb question. Just curious. You probably need more than 100 million. But yeah, absolutely. Some of these tipping points are, I mean, structurally pretty weak sometimes. And it's just the... Like, it's just combative between bulls and bears, basically. 100 million at 100x leverage. Now we're talking. Man, Todd sucks. I wouldn't say they're trying all that hard. It's not that he sucks. They just lost like $4 trillion. It's a little tougher now. I'll take $4 trillion out of your port and see how much you could manipulate the market. That was just blowing up Moonwind, though. That's different. It's like, what, one banana? Yeah. It's like 2 ports. Have they closed more sold puts above spot? Yeah, probably. Left a gap at 1563. I think we just filled it though. There's still the downside gap at 10. $29 minutes left. No, same water bottle. So. Don't you dare. I'm anxious about one of them. Is that just excitement we don't understand? What if they promote you to like the head of your division and then just fire everyone else and you have to do everyone's job for a slight bump in pay? Have you considered that possibility? The man who worries about death dies twice or something. Yep. I'm going in with war paint on. Alright. Wait, like actually? I feel like I'm the only person who does not like the technological singularity. No, none of us are excited about it. We just use humor to repress our empathy. These bulls should be ashamed of themselves today. Yeah, I agree. It's pathetic. Pathetic performance. The man who shits in the top of the tank flushes twice. Accurate. Hey, we filled that downside gap. But there's still one at 56.10. $24 minutes left. I feel like this would kind of be better if it had just failed. Since bulls don't seem to want to sell puts at spot. I'm not sure like how much effort there is from Todd. Some. I mean, they seem to be pretty okay with selling puts under 5,600, just not at 56.20 and 25 and 30. After all of that, Nvidia's down 3%. All they talked about was spending money on shit. When the meeting started, Nvidia was at 117.60. And now it's at 115.60. Does BTU have Greeks? Yeah. There you go. We're so close to the downside gap fill. You didn't get it? What the fuck? You know what a zero GT calls? No. I had some earlier, but I closed them. Wow. Got stopped out of them on the like first breakout. When everyone else took profits. I was like, oh, this is probably, that was a lot of profit taking. I should probably close mine. So I did. If we break out here, maybe, like if we get back above the delta flip, I might go long. Yeah. I might go long above the delta flip. The auction was pretty bad. Like the 20-year auction. That wasn't a good look. Also just like really weird consolidation on ES. Like it held 5650 all day, but has struggled immensely breaking out above 5673. After BOJ and FOMs, there's no event vol for BOJ. It's like it's priced in like 100% that they're not going to cut. They already announced they're not cutting. I don't think they're gonna, or hiking. I don't think they're gonna do a surprise hike in the middle of their like parliamentary shit. This morning was SLD. It was a big volumetric sell-off, so maybe a little bit. We got the bear flag from Friday morning. We failed it. Well, I guess Thursday night. We failed it going into today, and then we got higher support. We've stayed at the bottom of the MM's expected move for like the entirety of the day. So I'm surprised we're not seeing a lot more put selling. Some of that's expiration, but you'd expect to see a lot more. Hey, holy shit, they filled that fucking downside gap finally. You did it. $347.
EPAM's not even up today. Bulls fucking suck. I have no idea where there's any bearish positioning here. This is just like selling. There's 5620. I guess there's 5600 puts for like end of week that are long. But everything into the end of the week to the downside of 5600 is just sold puts. It's just, they haven't even closed out that many calls. Ooh, someone just sold some out of the money puts on that bounce, or in the money. 1530. That was interesting. I wonder if that's a spread. That might be a spread. Delta flip almost crossed over there. The fuck happened to Delta at 5605? No, positive. Huh. Yeah, Charm's a big bitch here. Gonna need a lot more volume than that. Decent bounce with volume on ES though. Not terrible, but also not above 5673. Every rejection is so nasty. 8 minutes left. Is the market gonna rocket in after hours? Like the second the market closes? Maybe. Actually. Yeah. If it gets above like 50, if ES can push up above 56.30, they might try to fill the gap after market close. At least the, like the... Hmm. Guess there was no gap there. 6 minutes left. Breakout got rejected. Five minutes left. It's not like a ton of ground to cover. Sold calls at 15. Huh. Weird. Bot puts 20 and 25. Yeah, someone's selling calls at 15 and 20, which is kind of strange. See you soon, Nick. Let me know. Have fun with his lame clothes. Yeah, right?
Jesus, they're selling so many fucking calls at 56.15. You called it PM 15 close. Yeah, looks like we're gonna end up here. $7 hours of absolutely nothing. Yeah. Fuck. What a boring day. NQ breaking out right after close. That's funny. I wonder how long this will go. Oh, NQ's like really breaking out on close. Damn. 15 bip candle already? All right. So, close at the bottom of the market maker's expected move, directly under the one standard deviation VWAP, which we fell immediately below this morning. Like in the first 30 minutes, we just traded completely flat all day at the 5600 support. We're not able to break to the upside in any meaningful way. Charm eroding most of the potential for upside gains into the end of the day. This is a really bad position for bulls to be in. Going into FOMC tomorrow, they're really gonna have to turn it up to get any kind of even remotely stable positioning before the Fed decision. I will say that the short vol position is compounding a little, but it slipped today with this morning's drop. So still have short vol coming in, but in a much less stable range. Yields, for the most part, fell throughout the day. Most of this morning, alongside the dollar. What was interesting about that is the 20-year came in with a tail, like a 10-point tail, and really, really, really low prime dealer participation. So, you know, there's still some demand on bonds, but it's surprising, I would say, that yields haven't started to move up yet. Commodities up slightly. Gold continuing its rally out above 3,000, still looks pretty strong. Silver up, copper, oil down pretty substantially on the day. Correlation starting to turn around a little bit on the 1 and the 3 month, the breakdown and dispersion. That actually continued to break down throughout the day, so they really didn't get a handle on dispersion at any point, or they're just not trying to force it very hard. Carry leverage had turned up earlier this morning, but the shorter dated carry leverage fell off very, very hard immediately following open, and the forward yield on volatility holding up into the end of the day at positive 6%. So kind of flattening out on the 10-2 there after it declined for several days, and the forward yield of volatility staying low, but still
still well above like the Fed fund rate. 3-month correlation rose, and we might see a little bit of a move in bond volatility to the upside, but it did fall below 100 yesterday. Where the fuck is that there? 40% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average at close yesterday. That definitely fell back off again. So probably somewhere like 26 to 25. No tech coming in to back the reversal seems really, really dangerous. So tech definitely got the shit beat out of it today. Dow ended up closing the day up. Russell got beat up a little worse than tech, but the small caps probably didn't like any of the numbers from this morning. But if tech doesn't come in to back any kind of reversal, if people don't start buying into tech, there won't be a reversal. I don't know how else to put that. There won't be one. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX continued to fall today, down to 92% from 92.2 yesterday. So still short vol coming in, but not aggressively. This is still fairly muted. You would expect at least a slightly more rapid drop in correlation, especially now that we've rolled over to the next VX contract. Fed fund futures was kind of just hanging out around 0.10, and bear steepener down 3% today, but fairly flat, starting to flatten out. That might be reversing soon, so we'll keep an eye on that. On the technical side of things, obviously today's open marked a failure of the weekly 50 MA that we ended up closing just slightly above yesterday. And then out here on the daily, we didn't even get a test of the 200, a retest of the 200 MA. And so a failure of 5,600 is going to open up that retest of the low at 55.23. If that's lost, we look out to the next major level, which is down at 54.02, and then beyond that, 51.20. So quite a lot of room to the downside, and what's shaping up to look like not a very strong recovery on the bulls part. There's still enough data this week that could turn around, and a decision by the Fed to not cut tomorrow, to not drop 25 basis points, might show enough confidence in the resilience of the economy that more bulls would be willing to buy this dip. But I think right now, it would appear right now that not a lot are. And there's a couple of factors at play there, but leverage is relatively the same, or the availability of leverage should be about the same. And so the fact that it's not being deployed tells you that, a lot of participants are underwater, which we already know. And that also, new participants are not willing to come in and take the risk in that same trade at a lower level. And if that's not going to happen, then that is going to probably facilitate another leg to the downside. And that one could have quite a bit more room, especially given how high volatility already is. VIX 3-month even sneaking just a little higher than cash VIX at 21.98, with cash VIX at 21.74. So a little bit of positive convexity there. Then still in backwardation with VX, even after the contract roll. So good thing all that 401k money keeps flowing in. Does it? I feel like a lot of people are probably
down. I mean, generally, when people get down like 10%, they start moving their 401k to other allocations outside of equities. People get panicked. And actually, some of the demand that we see on bonds might be people moving their 401 allocations over. No, they tell you don't panic and leave it. Yeah, but people do it anyway. No problem, Jason. Thank you guys so much for tuning in, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a good night, everyone. Later.